Chapter 165, The Soaring Sword Essence. Chapter 165, The Soaring Sword Essence. It has completely calmed down in the Cloud Mountain Range. Everything was silent. Suddenly, an incredible sword essence rose like a giant dragon that has been sleeping for millions of years. The sky discolored and the earth instantly began to shake. Throughout the Cloud Mountain Range, Gold Core Realm warriors who had a core, and those who do not, were both alarmed at this moment. This sword essence. What a terrifying sword essence. This simple sword essence frightens me to the core. It's so strong. Right now, among the people still alive in the Cloud Mountain Range, there is only one person can release such a powerful sword essence. Jian Wushuang. The warriors were frightened, but at the same time, they also understood what Jian Wushuang wanted to say. With a sword in hand, no one is my match. Indeed, he had the strongest understanding of sword principle in history. Haha, it begins. Those experts who had gathered together in the air were now in an uproar. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun will be exciting. Before, Jian Wushuang had absolutely no chance to win against Shui Yun. But now it's a different story. The combination of 3 sword essences qualifies him to fight against Shui Yun. Not only that, the outcome is unpredictable. These experts were discussing it. Before the selection battle, Jian Wushuang had met with Shui Yun once, but they were just greeting each other and Shui Yun did not use his full strength. At that time, people knew the two would have a fight, but no one had faith in Jian Wushuang. After all, Shui Yun was too strong. However, on the first day of the selection battle, Jian Wushuang's strength greatly improved when he combined 3 sword essences together. Moreover, he killed Ouyang Haoyin, who was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm with 1 sword move, which made everyone realize that his strength was strong enough to fight against Shui Yun. Today was the last day of the selection battle. This day only belonged to Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun. A battle between peak geniuses that rarely appeared each decade in the Tianzong dynasty was about to start. After the incredible sword essence soared toward the sky, creating a loud booming sound, a terrifying aura rose from the peak of another mountain. This aura was cold and dark. It seemed that this aura could swallow everything in the universe. The instant that the aura rose, the world turned dark. The master of this aura naturally became the king in this world of darkness. A sword essence that could control the world. An aura that could swallow everything. They rose and confronted each other from a great distance. The whole world became silent, and all the warriors in the Cloud Mountain Range were holding their breath, staring at the soaring sword essence and the terrifying dark aura. No one dared to say anything. No one dared to move at all, for they were afraid that the slightest movement would make them a target for the soaring sword essence and the dark aura. When the sword essence and aura finally reached their peaks, dung, dung, deep footsteps were heard. Although the sound was very low within the silent Cloud Mountain Range, it was like a huge drumstick beating on the hearts of everyone, making every warrior's throat go dry. The summit battle. Standing at the peak of one of the mountains, Yang Zishuan watched everything with great intensity. Although he was supercilious when he saw the soaring sword essence and dark aura, he did not dare to get involved with them. This is the battle between the greatest geniuses in our Tianzong dynasty. Bailey Chen also sighed. Unfortunately, the one fighting against Shui Yun isn't me. The moment that Jian Wushuang's soaring sword essence was released, he knew that Jian Wushuang was stronger than him. Third brother. Standing on a high place, Su Ro frowned slightly. There was a little expectation, but even more worry in her eyes. Outside the Cloud Mountain Range, near to the edge of the mountains, a large number of warriors was gathered. The last few days, these warriors had been standing here watching the Cloud Mountain Range. Although there were few things they could see, they were still very excited, and their enthusiasm was not reduced at all. When the soaring sword essence and the dark aura suddenly appeared, the crowd became excited. That's Jian Wushuang and Shui Yin. Haha, the last day, on the last day, these two monsters are finally going to fight. The summit battle, this is the battle between two peak geniuses of the Tianzong dynasty. This battle is bound to be written into the Millennium Chronicle of the Gladiator Arena. I have been waiting so many days for this unprecedented battle. Numerous warriors were shouting in excitement and shock. This was a battle that would shock the world. Even if the battle had not yet begun, the soaring sword essence and the dark aura that could swallow everything were enough to make them crazy and excited. It remains unknown who will have the last laugh. Ling Feng, looking a little pale, was also standing at the edge and staring forward. He was also one of the Gold Core Realm warriors who participated in this selection battle. However, he only spent one day in the Cloud Mountain Range before giving up without any hesitation. He understood the horror of this selection battle very well. Now, the two strongest candidates were going to fight. Senior brother. Next to Ling Feng, Jian Menger clenched her teeth, her heart filled with unwillingness. One of the participants that drew everyone's attention at this moment was the person that she had once looked down upon from the bottom of her heart. She even thought he was trash and would never have any good prospects in his lifetime. But now, this man had already gone somewhere far beyond her reach. Even if it was Lin Feng who she adored, he was far from being able to compare with that person, let alone her. If I had left him some leeway at that time. Jian Ming'e thought of this, but she did not dare to think further. She knew that Jian Wushuang had a trace of affection for her when they were young. If she was not so self-conceited at that time, or she left a little leeway for Jian Wushuang, perhaps they would be together right now. But now everything was gone. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The footsteps were heard constantly. Under everyone's gaze, two figures slowly walked out from two different directions. One of the figures had turned into a sharp sword, shattering the earth and flying to the ninth heaven. Another figure was just like a behemoth from legends that could swallow everything, overwhelming everything in the universe. The two people had already become the focus of everything. With only a kilometer between them, the two appeared in the vast plain in front of the Cloud Mountain Range. At this moment, they both looked up at nearly the same time, as if their real eyes collided in the air. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's body disappeared. Zoom! Shui Yin's body disappeared at the same time too. Where are they? All the warriors watching this incomparable battle were confused, but suddenly at the very center of the plain, a terrifying sword light that could tear apart the heaven and earth collided with a blood-red blade that could swallow the universe. Suddenly, the sky split and the ground cracked. Chapter 166, The Unprecedented Battle. Chapter 166, The Unprecedented Battle. Those warriors who were still in confusion could only hear a loud, deafening roar, which almost broke their eardrums, and then everyone immediately looked towards the source of the sound. A long sword could be seen in a violent confrontation with the blood-red blade, causing the whole area to vibrate. A surge or ripples radiated out, immediately spreading to the surrounding area. Rumbled, everything was swept away by the blast. Even the dirt was being carried away with the gusts of wind. As for the warriors that were far away from the Cloud Mountain Range, they felt a raging wind sweeping past them, while some warriors with weak strength were even pushed around by the blast of wind. The edge of the Cloud Mountain Range, where they stood, was a kilometer away from the place where Jian Wushuang and Shui Yin were fighting. Yet, the energy fluctuation generated by their confrontation could even knock some of them down from such a great distance. If they were within 100 meters, or even closer, what would this scene look like? In the place where the battle was taking place, Jian Wushuang looked cold and his sword essence was soaring. At the same time, his sword arts were being released with his full strength. Shoop! 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 The sword shadows contained great power because the raging fire, gale, water drop essences were combined in every sword shadow. Within an instant, Jian Wushuang slashed out with his sword, releasing more than a dozen moves. Each sword light could easily kill warriors on the earthly dragon list. Shui Yin also felt that Jian Wushuang's strength had improved a lot. At that moment, facing the continuous sword shadows, even he had to be cautious. Clang, 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 clang. The continuous sound of clashes rose, and Shui Yin was forced back about 10 meters. With a sudden flash of seriousness in Jian Wushuang's eyes, the power of the triple kill sword quickly rose, and another sword move struck out. Shui Yin frowned, and then his figure shifted to the side, immediately dodging the sword move. The great sword light missed Shui Yin, continuing to sweep out towards a mountain 100 meters away. Shwa! The fierce sword light swept toward the side of the mountain, immediately creating a sound like crashing thunder. A diagonal sword scar suddenly appeared, running from the upper side of the mountain, and then racing towards the other side of the mountain peak, causing the upper portion of the mountain to slowly tumble down. Boom! Half of the mountain crumbled to the ground as the whole area shook. The people who saw this scene were all dazed. What did they just witness? A majestic mountaintop was easily sliced off with a sword move. A sword move transected the mountain. Shui Yin also saw this scene, and his pupils shrank. Within just a few days, you have made such great progress. Sun Yun commented while still smiling. If I did not have enough strength, would I be foolish enough to fight against you? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Haha, it seems that you are confident. Then try my saber. Shui Yin smiled, but his figure suddenly turned into mist and rushed forward. Darkness, fall down! Along with the shout, Shui Yin suddenly struck out with the blood-red blade. The whole world suddenly fell into darkness. With a rising sword essence that radiated 3 essences, Jian Wushuang looked up and hacked out with the triple kill sword. Clang! The blood-red blade collided with the triple kill sword head-on. Boom! The ground trembled ferociously and then collapsed in an instant. The dust in the surrounding area was blown away. Within a moment, a giant circular hole with a diameter of more 100 meters appeared where those two stood. This huge hole had a depth of 3 meters. Jian Wushuang and Shui Yin were standing right in the center of the giant pit. Seeing the sudden appearance of this giant pit, everyone watching the battle couldn't help but draw a nervous breath. Just a moment ago, a sword move transected a mountain. Now, the power of a saber created a circular pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of 3 meters. How could their strength be so incredible? Are they really only in the gold core realm? Many warriors were whispering amongst themselves. Was that terrifying release of power, the fierce attacks, and the scene after their fight really caused by 2 people who were only in the gold core realm? Monsters, they are both monsters. Even the experts of the Yin-Yang Void realm, watching from up in the air, couldn't help marveling while witnessing this unprecedented battle. Among them, only a few had reached the Yang Void realm. Most of them were merely in the Yin Void realm, and not many of them had reached the exceptional Yin Void realm. From their perspective, the unprecedented battle below had already surpassed the gold core realm. Not just the gold core realm. Even in the Yin Void realm, if 2 experts in the profound Yin Void realm fought against each other, they would not be able to cause such alarming destruction. In other words, although Jian Wushuang and Shui Yin were only in the gold core realm, their strength had already surpassed many experts in the profound Yin Void realm. They were stronger than most of the experts gathered here. On the battlefield, the fierce battle still continued. A steady stream of spiritual power radiated from the triple kill sword, suddenly rushing out with great force to fight against the blood-red blade. But Jian Wushuang's face turned dark at this moment. this essence. Jian Wushuang noticed that the sword essence Shui Yun comprehended was very unique. That unique sword essence could engulf all the other sword essences, and it didn't belong to the four normal essences of gale, earth, raging fire, or water drop. The sword essence was hard to describe, so it was currently being called darkness essence. Yes, it has a dark feeling like boundless darkness. Jian Wushuang stared with eyes fixed. In the sword tomb, there were thousands of sword scars, like a river of swords, containing many different sword essences. Among those sword essences, Jian Wushuang had realized there were more than just the four normal sword essences of gale, earth, raging fire, and water drop. There were also some other strange sword essences that he had never seen before. Those sword essences were both unique and powerful. At that time, Jian Wushuang thought that the world only contained gale, earth, raging fire, and water drop sword essences. But now he understood there were some unique sword essences. Currently, Shui Yun had comprehended one of those unique sword essences, darkness essence. Not only could it engulf everything, it was both boundless and powerful. What's more, Shui Yun had not only comprehended darkness essence, he had also comprehended gale essence and combined the two essences together. He combined gale essence and darkness essence with a high level of comprehension in both of those essences. No wonder he's so strong. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Only now did he finally understand why Shui Yun was so terrifying. Fortunately, he made a breakthrough and combined 3 essences during the selection battle. If not, with his previous strength, he would have had to depend on the soul-devouring secret skill to have any chance of victory. Chapter 167, Collision of the Strongest. Chapter 167, Collision of the Strongest. In the air above the area, those Yin-Yang Void Realm experts were also looking at this battle carefully. All of them had discerned the essence Shui Yun had comprehended. The essence realm is as vast as the ocean. Earth, fire, water, and wind were just the most common essences. Besides those, there are many devious and unknown essences. Darkness essence, which Shui Yun has comprehended, is one of those. Though comprehending those devious and unknown essences is harder, their power is also stronger. Comprehending darkness essence means that the owner could become darkness incarnate and devour everything. With only this, it's already stronger than those 4 common essences. What's more, Shui Yun combined the darkness and gale essences, which is even more terrifying. These experts in the Yin-Yang Void Realm could not help asking themselves if any of them could compete against Shui Yun in comprehending essences. Shui Yun was excellent, but Jian Wushuang was no less impressive. After all, Jian Wushuang combined 3 essences. On the battlefield, the fight had already become white-hot. Go to hell! A strange stab from Jian Wushuang's triple kill sword pierced the air, brushing past Shui Yun. The sword light hit the ground, immediately creating another crater. Buzz off! Shui Yun thundered, immediately brandishing the blood-red blade, which seemed random but contained a power that could devour the heaven and the earth. Even Jian Wushuang had to hold his breath when faced with this attack. Pum, 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 pum. The intense sound of fighting echoed through the whole area, over and over again. The entire Cloud Mountain range suffered an unprecedented bombardment. Huge craters, more than a meter deep, could be seen everywhere. The strong blasts created when they crossed swords swept over the area continuously. The eyes of all the warriors in the area were full of shock, and their hearts were shuddering in fear. The sounds of the fighting were loud enough to shake the entire area. The collisions were so powerful that the experts on the earthly dragon list were afraid to get within a couple hundred meters of those 2. The repercussion of their collisions could easily kill anyone on the earthly dragon list. Boom! Another fierce roar was heard. At that moment, The area seemed to be eclipsed. Then, finally, these two ferocious figures, who had already fought for over a quarter hour, separated. Then the turbulence in the air and the trembling of the land slowly began to calm down. Countless eyes were still firmly locked on these two. But the powerful sword essence and the devouring darkness didn't show any sign of abating. What a surprise! I have never someone at the Gold Core Realm in Tianzong Dynasty could fight with me like this. And you are just at the profound Gold Core Realm. Your cultivation is actually weaker than mine, Shuiyin said while staring at Jian Wushuang with cruel eyes. What a pity! If we met 1 or 2 years from now, after your cultivation had reached the exceptional Gold Core Realm, I would not be able to contend with you. But now, as things are, your only choice is to die at my hands. Really? Jian Wushuang sneered. It's not certain who will die. It isn't. Shui Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Jian Wushuang, you have to be careful of this next move. It's my first time using this move since I started learning this knife technique. Even 3 years ago when I was fighting with Bailey Chen and Qing Tsang, I didn't use it. But now, you are qualified to see it. Earth Splitter is the name of this move. Following Shui Yan's voice, the blood-red blade in his hands was lifted up slowly. At the same moment, a terrifying darkness radiated from him again, as that blood-red blade was raised over his head. Suddenly the darkness fell, and the entire sky lost its light, while only a scarlet light sparkled in the endless dark. This scarlet light was the blood-red blade of Shuiyin. A shocking and dreadful power gathered in this blood-red blade. The countless warriors outside the Cloud Mountain range were alarmed when they felt this power. Even the experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm up in the air felt a shudder of horror. They felt that this move Shuiyin was about to use could easily kill them as well. This power. Fearsome. Standing side by side with grave faces, Yang Zishuan and Su Ro felt this dreadful power. Su Ro's eyes were full of worry. While this frightening power was fermenting, as the target, Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented pressure surging toward him. Under this pressure, instead of being in a panic, he seemed to be inexplicably excited. A towering battle intent raged in his eyes. At this moment, the invisible sword soul in his mind trembled tempestuously, and a series of powerful sword essence erupted, shocking all living beings in this world. As Jian Wushuang held his triple kill sword above his head, he seemed like an ancient peerless sword master. This sword essence suppressed all living things. Only the idealism, only the solipsism. I'm the king of this world. I grasped the second move of the selfless sword technique just now. Let me test its power on you. A gleaming light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The sword, which had already gathered enough power, furiously chopped out without warning. Meanwhile, the only light in the darkness, the blood-red blade, immediately hacked out as well. Instantly, two massive and horrifying forces, which could easily kill those in the profound Gold Core Realm, fiercely collided in the air. It felt like a collision between two stars. All of a sudden, the entire world began to swing violently. With a rumbling noise, landslides occurred on more than 10 of the mountains in the Cloud Mountain range, with tons of debris flooding the area. At the place where the forces had collided, the energy formed a substantial blast wave, shooting out all directions at a visible speed, extending to the border of the Cloud Mountain range. Oh no! The numerous warriors on the border of the Cloud Mountain range changed their countenance when they saw the terrifying blast wave containing a horrendous power that was coming towards them. Hurry! We have to stop this blast wave, a captain of the Royal Guard shouted. Then dozens of Royal Guards who maintained order around the outskirts of the Cloud Mountain range immediately took action. Though these Royal Guards were only in the exceptional Gold Core Realm, they had a tacit understanding with each other. If dozens of them worked together, a common attack from the initial Yin Void Realm could easily be stopped. But the result was that terrifying blast wave swept over those royal guards in an instant without any resistance. Puff, 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 puff. At this time, dozens of royal guards spat blood, immediately retreating. In the end, this blast wave was stopped by the golden-armored general in the Yang Void Realm. Chapter 168, You're done. Chapter 168, You're done. Shocked. Almost 100,000 startled warriors were gathered at the edge of the Cloud Mountain Range. The mere wave generated by the collision could easily sweep away tens of royal guards. What did that mean? In the Cloud Mountain Range, when the two overwhelming attacks collided with each other, the two people involved in the head-on collision instantly bore the huge impact, but were immediately knocked back. Bang! 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 Jian Wushuang's figure flew through the air like a meteor at an amazing speed while tumbling, smashing against the ground 4 times in a row. Every time he smashed into the ground, it cracked, but his figure was still crazily hurtling. Finally, he heavily smashed into the side of a mountain which was hundreds of meters away from his original position. Bang! The mountain abruptly shook, causing a small landslide. Jian Wushuang was embedded in the mountain, with a thick mouthful of blood quickly spurting out. On the other side, Shui Yun also suffered. He was also thrown hundreds of meters back, sliding to a stop on the ground due to the gravel. He also spit out blood with a completely pale complexion. How severe! The collision resulted in them both suffering injuries and neither one of them gaining an advantage or feeling good about the outcome. Up in the air, the Yin-Yang Void Realm experts suddenly became quiet. They looked down at the two injured people with astonished eyes. What they displayed just now were original sword and saber techniques, right? A purple-robed woman who had reached the exceptional Yin Void Realm asked startlingly, "Original blade techniques." After hearing those words, these experts couldn't calm down anymore. This was different from those ordinary sword skills. Original sword techniques involved the legendary origin. Even these Yin-Yang Void Realm experts were unlikely to comprehend the origin. Thus, the power of an original sword technique was far stronger than that of an ordinary sword skill. Like the formless sword art, why was it known as the top sword skill in Tianzong Dynasty? Because the formless sword art was the only original sword technique in Tianzong Dynasty. It was common knowledge that the formless sword art contained 9 moves. Actually, those who learned the history of formless sword art knew it contained 10 moves. The 10th move was the strongest and most terrifying because it involved the origin. But just now, what had they seen? They saw 2 different blade skills involving the origin, used at the same time. Both the amazing sword skill displayed by Jian Wushuang just now and the devastating saber move displayed by Shui Yin were obviously blade skills involving the origin. How could they not be shocked? Sitting at the center of these experts, she suddenly mumbled and then looked down at them immediately. These 2 little guys should compete again. Exactly. Again. Jian Wushuang's battle intent didn't weaken at all. And Shui Yun's overwhelming aura didn't weaken at all either. Although they received serious injuries in the collision, they were able to continue fighting. At that time, they stood up again and slowly walked toward each other. They kept walking, but halted at a distance of 100 meters away from each other. While preparing to fight again, they didn't say anything and just glanced at each other. At this point, Shui Yun became startled and attached more importance to dealing with Jian Wushuang. He didn't expect both he and Jian Wushuang to suffer a lot of injuries after he used his strongest move. "Come on," Jian Wushuang growled in a low voice and strode forward. He had to admit that Shui Yun's strength was definitely fierce. Shui Yun was an exceptional genius as well as a peerless expert. However, Shui Yun came from Blood Feather Tower with which he had a blood feud with. Thus, there was no room for him to compromise with Shui Yin. One would live, one would die. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying roar sounded again as they attacked. The sword shadows rushed forward, one after the other, and each of the blade flashes were swallowing everything, which were both displayed in a perfect way. The violent, frantic, and fierce battle shocked everyone who was watching. Are they still fighting? How can they continue fighting like this? Both of them are lunatics, total lunatics, monsters. With a number of astonished eyes watching, they kept fighting for another half-hour. After fighting for a while, Jian Wushuang and Shui Yin separated again. At this moment, the calmness and confidence had already disappeared from Shui Yin's face. The disdain had also vanished from his eyes, leaving him with only fear, curiosity, and puzzlement. Now his whole body was soaked with sweat, and even his hands were slightly trembling. His overwhelming aura had weakened greatly. How is this possible? How can this be? Shui Yin fiercely stared at Jian Wushuang. Standing in front of him, Jian Wushuang also looked exhausted. But compared to Shui Yin, Jian Wushuang was obviously more energetic, still radiating a vigorous sword essence. So, are you feeling curious and puzzled? Why am I still so energetic after such a long period of fighting? Jian Wushuang said while wiping the sweat off his forehead and coldly looking at Shui Yin. There was a dark cloud cast over Shui Yin's face. This was exactly what he wanted to ask. The long period of battle between them consumed their physical strength, as well as a massive amount of their spiritual power. But he had reached the peak of the Gold Core realm, and he cultivated a special and extraordinary cultivation method that made his spiritual power twice as strong as other warriors in the Gold Core realm. That was why he had been willing to continue fighting so fiercely with Jian Wushuang. He believed that by extending the fight for a long period, he could make Jian Wushuang expend his spiritual power and then kill him. But what was the result? In the long period of battle, Shui Yin consumed 80% of his spiritual power, while Jian Wushuang was still in good condition, even though his aura had greatly weakened. You are only a warrior in the profound Gold Core realm. How can your spiritual power be so strong? Shui Yin thundered in a low voice. More than one person has asked me that. Jian Wushuang looked at Shui Yin calmly and said, "The answer is simple. My cultivation method is more terrifying than you can imagine. Although I'm a warrior in the profound Gold Core realm, I have much stronger spiritual power than you, a peak Gold Core realm warrior. Now, you have consumed at least 80% of your spiritual power, but I have used no more than 30%. Your power will run out soon. Therefore, you're doomed." Chapter 169, Prevention. Chapter 169, Prevention. You're doomed. It was a simple statement, but it seemed to sentence Shui Yin to death. You want to kill me? Shui Yin sneered and continued, "I admit that I have lost, but who can prevent me from escaping if I want to?" Having finished his words, Shui Yin leapt up and was about to glide towards the border of the Cloud Mountain Range. He's running away. Shui Yin is escaping. Seeing this, the warriors who witnessed the battle were all shocked. Shui Yin escaping in public meant he lost this battle. He had been ranked first on the earthly dragon list for several years, which could be called a myth of invulnerability, but now it had been broken by Jian Wushuang. Escaping? Jian Wushuang sneered. "You think I didn't expect that before I started?" "You are right. With your strength, I can't stop you if you want to escape, but there is a person who can." "Fourth sister," Jian Wushuang shouted with a low voice, and then an emasculate girl immediately appeared in front of Shui Yin. Her. Many people already knew she was Su Ro. In this selection battle, there are several experts who were never on the earthly dragon list that suddenly appeared and displayed astonishing strength, such as Yang Zhaixuan, Su Ro was another one who performed excellently in the selection battle. At this moment, Su Ro was blocking Shui Yun's escape. "You think you can stop me on your own?" Shui Yun sneered, and then unrelentingly slashed his blood-red blade toward Su Ro. "Go to hell." Shui Yun looked diabolic. The slash he just displayed made the whole world darken again. However, Su Ro stood in front of Shui Yun with a solemn look on her face. The moment Shui Yun slashed out with the blood-red blade, there was a terrifying aura released from her body. Regarding the level of power, the aura was as high as the dark aura released from Shui Yun at his peak. A light suddenly flashed in Su Ro's eyes. Rumble, a surging aquamarine energy, formed into a torrent, then fiercely rushed forward with an incredible force. Shui Yun slashed towards the torrent with his blood-red blade, but there was no place for the blade to focus its attack. Instead of colliding with the torrent, it was like the blood-red blade was aiming at a ball of cotton. It only took a moment for the power released by the blood-red blade to dissipate. However, the torrent activated by Su Ro continued surging toward Shui Yun without losing any speed. How is this possible? Shui Yun darkened his face. Shui Yun was surrounded by the torrent. He tried his utmost to resist it, but still ended up retreating backwards 10 meters. If he running for his life, retreating would not be a big deal for him. But now, this opponent blocked him and forced him to retreat. What was going on here? No way! Who is that lady? How did she push Shui Yun backwards? Seeing this, the warriors were all shocked. How terrifying was Shui Yun's strength! It was obvious from the fierce fight that took place that it would be hard for the experts who ranked in the top 10 of the earthly dragon list to resist one move from Shui Yun. But Su Ro resisted his blade and even pushed him back. Seeing this, a smile grew on Jian Wushuang's face. He understood long ago that Su Ro had secrets and extraordinary means. So, before the selection battle started, he asked Su Ro if she had the ability to block Shui Yun. Su Ro replied in the affirmative, as long as his battle strength has not reached the Yang Void Realm. Even if he is at the peak of the Yin Void Realm, I should be able to stop him for a moment. Of course, I can only block him. Hearing Su Ro's response, Jian Wushuang was a little bit shocked. He instantly asked Su Ro to help him stop Shui Yun from escaping when he fought with him on the last day. Now Su Ro helped him. She blocked Shui Yun from escaping and even pushed him back. Shui Yun was retreated, and then Jian Wushuang immediately slashed towards him. "Shui Yun, I said you are doomed. You will definitely die here." Killing intent was surging in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He released an unbridled slash with his triple kill sword without any commiserations. The sword shadows flew continuously, without leaving Shui Yun a chance to breathe. Finally, Shui Yun began to panic. He was crazily resisting the attacks from Jian Wushuang and looking for a way to escape. But he soon realized that the torrent or energy released from the effeminate lady who just blocked him, had enveloped the area around him. No matter which direction he chose to escape, he would be blocked by her. "I can't escape. If I continue to fight with Jian Wushuang, I really will die once my spiritual power is exhausted. Help me, Guerrero, please help me." Shui Yun twisted and roared his face like a crazy man. The sound was loud and carried for a long distance. Crap! Guerrero was sitting on a throne up in the air. After hearing Shui Yun's roar, his face darkened and he prepared to rush over. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him. They were Palace Masters Black and White from Dragon Palace. "Mr. Guerrero, what are you trying to do?" said Palace Master White smilingly with a cold voice. Guerrero looked upset and said with low voice, "Shui Yun is the top genius in Blood Feather Tower, and he is the personal disciple of the Tower Master. He can't die here." "Oh, so you're going to save him?" Palace Master White smiled coldly. "Guerrero, Are you planning to violate the rules of the selection battle? Palace Master Black looked at him coldly and said, Shui Yun is the top genius in Blood Feather Tower. Aren't the other Gold Core Realm experts who died in this battle the top geniuses in their own sex? 10 geniuses from Dragon Palace participated in the selection battle. Up till now, 5 have died, including Qing Song. Clan Elder Ouyang is another example. Ouyang Haotian and Ouyang Haoyue from the Ouyang clan both died in this selection battle. All of them are top geniuses who doesn't feel bad. However, nobody stepped out to help, no matter if it's our Dragon Palace or Clan Elder Ouyang, or the top experts in other sects. The experts all discontentedly looked towards Grey Robe. It was true that many experts died in the selection battle, and most of them were elite disciples in their sects. They could do nothing but feel sad about the death of their disciples. After all, they were not strong enough. Nobody stepped forward to rescue their disciples throughout the whole battle. It all depended on the strength of the disciples. But now, Grey Robe wanted to rescue his disciple. Why? Frowning tightly, Grey Robe knew he was not being reasonable, but Shui Yin was a key disciple in Blood Feather Tower. Grey Robe. A cold voice sounded out from Dishi, who was sitting at the very center. Your Majesty. Grey Robe said respectfully, Shui Yin is the personal disciple of my Tower Master, and he will be the next Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower. The position he holds in Blood Feather Tower is too important, so please allow me to save him, Your Majesty. Chapter 170. I'm taking you down with me. Chapter 170. I'm taking you down with me. Oh, Shui Yin is the next Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower? Then why did Blood Feather Tower attempt to assassinate Jian Wushuang 2 years ago, even though they knew that he would be the next Dragon Palace Master? Palace Master White sneered. Grey Robe, Dishi responded with his eyes downcast. The selection battle rules were made long ago. No one can disobey them or obtain concessions. Though Shui Yun has a special status in Blood Feather Tower, he chose to participate in the selection battle and will be subjected to its rules. You should have expected the worst. But Your Majesty, Grey Robe wanted to say more. All right. She waved his hand and interrupted him. Let's resume the selection battle. I will take action against anybody who interferes. Hearing this, Grey Robe's face immediately turned pale. He acknowledged Shi's comment and sat down listlessly. He felt helpless. Shui Yun's fate is in his own hands. At the battlefield, Grey Robe, Grey Robe. Shui Yun had been shouting for some time. He was beginning to despair as Grey Robe had still not appeared to rescue him. Despair. Fear. He had not felt this way since he became the mysterious Tower Master in Blood Feather Tower several years ago. Now, these emotions came flooding back as Jian Wushuang's onslaught continued. His spiritual power continued to be depleted, ebbing away by 80%, then 90%. Finally, Shui Yun had only a small amount of spiritual power left. Shui Yun's eyes shone with unprecedented madness. I'm taking you down with me. Roaring with anger, Shui Yun abruptly turned his hand, producing a scarlet elixir on his palm. This elixir emitted a malodorous odor, but Shui Yun swallowed it without any hesitation. As soon as the elixir was consumed, Shui Yun's dying breath was instantly revived, and his energy reached a new peak. This energy completely surpassed the effects of primordial gold core and was more powerful than the ordinary Yin Void realms. That's Scarlet Elixir? Jian Wushuang asked, face darkening. He was certainly not unfamiliar with the Scarlet Elixir. When he had been attacked by the mansion of Sword Marquis 3 years ago, the 4 Sword Pavilion Elders had risked their lives to save him by ingesting the same elixir. Scarlet Elixir burned vitality, to greatly increase strength over a short period of time. It was an elixir that could only be taken once, because death was inevitable once the elixir had been taken. Knowing that he would die and had nothing to lose, Shui Yin took the scarlet elixir to take Jian Wushuang down with him. After taking the scarlet elixir, Shui Yin's strength reached a new height, far exceeding his strength at peak condition. Go to hell, bastard! Shui Yin's face was distorted with ferocity. He aggressively slashed his blood-red blade at Jian Wushuang. This was Shui Yin's strongest movement, Earth Splitter. This movement was Origin's saber skill, which Shui Yin had used in his earlier fight with Jian Wushuang in a shocking display of might. Having taken the scarlet elixir, Shui Yin's increased strength allowed him to display incredible power in his use of the skill. Crap! Above the void, Palace Master Black and White's expressions changed. Grey Robe had almost given up hope. Now he held his head up, eyes glistening. Good, kill him. Even if you have to give your life for it, kill him. Many top experts looked on in horror. Right before the blood-red blade slashed out, Su Ro gave a low hum and conjured an aquamarine torrent in front of Jian Wushuang. The blood-red blade hit the aquamarine torrent as soon as it slashed out. The immense power activated by the blood-red blade suddenly exploded. Although the aquamarine torrent was able to resist the blade initially, it was ultimately cleaved by the blade, which then continued its path towards Jian Wushuang. At this moment, fear suffused Jian Wushuang's every pore, but in the next moment he activated his spiritual power to its maximum level. He lifted his sword to resist. Bang! A thunderous noise sounded and Jian Wushuang's body flew out, blood spurting from his mouth. Soon his breath weakened. Despite his diminishing breath, he did not die from this attack. Still alive. Shui Yin stared at Jian Wushuang with crazed eyes. He stepped forward and tried to slash his blade at Jian Wushuang again. But suddenly a golden figure appeared in front of him. Boom! The figure punched Shui Yin without hesitation. The strength of the punch was strong enough to pulverize a mountain. The intensity of the attack destroyed Shui Yin's internal organs. His breath slowly dissipated. As Shui Yin lay dying, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred as his gaze remained fixed on Jian Wushuang. Finally, Shui Yin collapsed. Shui Yin, who continually ranked first on the earthly dragon list, a myth and a complete monster in the eyes of many warriors of the Golden Core, had died. Quiet. At the edge of the Cloud Mountains, there were nearly 100,000 warriors gathered, but at this moment there was complete silence. Too fast, this happened too fast. Shui Yin's desperate action of taking the scarlet elixir and his death had happened so quickly that the warriors were stunned. Soon after, their attention was diverted to the golden figure who had appeared and killed Shui Yin. Undoubtedly, the golden figure was Golden Armored General, who presided over the selection battle. Golden Armored General had been stationed outside Cloud Mountains. When Shui Yin had produced the scarlet elixir, he had reacted immediately, but he was only able to reach Shui Yin and kill him right before his second attempt at attacking Jian Wushuang. Before the selection battle started, I had stressed Golden Armored General's voice was sonorous. His voice echoed through the Cloud Mountains, propagated past the void above the mountain, and finally reached the ears of the peak experts. All stratagems can be used in the selection battle, except elixirs that enhance the cultivation of spiritual power or greatly increase strength in a short period of time. Anyone who violates this rule shall be put to death. Shui Yin swallowed the scarlet elixir in violation of this rule, so he had to be killed. Hearing this, all the warriors were shocked speechless. Having said his piece, Golden Armored General bounded up and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. "Young man, are you okay?" Golden Armored General asked. "I am fine. I won't die for now." Jian Wushuang's voice was weak. As he struggled to stand up, his pale face and blood-stained lips gave away his poor physical condition. Chapter 171. Earth Dragon Lists Number 1. Chapter 171. Earth Dragon Lists Number 1. With the death of Shui Yin, this unprecedented battle was finally over. Jian Wushuang had not delivered the killing blow, but he had pushed Shui Yin over the edge. Left with no other options, Shui Yin had resorted to taking the scarlet elixir so that he could take Jian Wushuang down with him. So it could be said that Jian Wushuang was responsible for Shui Yin's death. With Shui Yin's passing, the spirit beast core in his possession was liberated, drawing covetous looks from the experts of Cloud Mountains who did not have a core. Immediately, a fierce war began. Of course, this war had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. Soon, the 7-day deadline was around the corner. At high noon, the experts of Gold Core emerged from the Cloud Mountains. Those experts who had obtained cores handed them over to the Golden Armored General, while those who had not could only stand aside and hide their disappointment. They had tried to win a core, but their skills had been found lacking. Among the powerful sects, Dragon Palace emerged as the biggest winner in the selection battle. The Dragon Palace had sent 10 gold core masters to participate in the selection battle. Only 5 had survived, with 4 of the survivors obtaining the core. They were Jian Wushuang, Bailey Chen, Yang Zaishuan, and Su Rou. Dragon Palace had accomplished a rare feat by winning 4 out of 15 available spots to compete at the easternmost hunting. The 15 masters who had obtained the cores and passed the selection battle stood at the center of the arena under the gaze of the warriors gathered there. Whoosh! 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 Many figures descended from the upper void. These were the powerhouses from peak of the Yin-Yang Void Realm, who had watched the battle from the void. She led the descent, followed closely by Palace Master White and Black, as well as others. Clothed handsomely in imperial robe and emanating an air of benevolence, Shi's eyes swept over the 15 warriors. The 15 warriors, including Jian Wushuang, were taken aback. This has to be the Tianzong dynasty emperor? His strength is immense. Jian Wushuang thought. He had seen many powerhouses from the Yang Void Realm, including Palace Masters Black and White, as well as the Golden Armored General who had killed Shui Yin. While they were strong, he only felt slightly threatened by them. But this imperial-robed man, just a glance from him gave Jian Wushuang an urge to surrender. This thought was transient, but struck terror in Jian Wushuang's heart. Congratulations for passing the selection battle. In 2 months, you will represent the Tianzong dynasty in the easternmost hunting, a major event for the entire northwestern region. She said with a clear voice, in the next 2 months, you'll have to practice hard to improve your skills and become stronger. I hope you give even more stunning performances at the easternmost hunting. She paused and turned his attention to the Yin-Yang Void Realm experts behind him. I want to make things clear. During these 2 months, I will not tolerate any attack on these warriors. Otherwise, Shi's words seemed to be directed at Greyrobe. Greyrobe's face fell. Shi's meaning was clear. This was a warning to Blood Feather Tower to stay away from Jian Wushuang in the next 2 months. Everyone knew that Shi had high hopes for an outstanding performance by Jian Wushuang at the easternmost hunting. Greyrobe had to take the warning seriously. Although the Blood Feather Tower had special status, it dared not disobey the wishes of the Tianzong dynasty monarch. You're all dismissed, said Shi. The Yin-Yang Void Realm powerhouses trickled out of the arena, and the 15 top warriors who would be participating in the easternmost hunting returned to their homes. It was over. The fierce selection battle that had lasted for 7 days finally came to an end. The warriors who had waited for 7 days at Cloud Mountain's edge also left. As the warriors left, they discussed the battle between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yin. That battle had been shocking to all spectators. This battle would be written in the Millennium Chronicle. This battle would also be praised by all the experts of the Tianzong dynasty. The end of a legend marked the beginning of another. Jian Wushuang was now legendary among gold core warriors in the Tianzong dynasty. A new legend. Returning to Dragon Palace. There was an uproar in Dragon Palace when the disciples learned that Jian Wushuang had defeated and killed Shui Yun in the selection battle. On the following day, Tianzong dynasty's authoritative earthly dragon list was updated. Many ranked experts had fallen in the selection battle, and previously unknown experts had emerged winners. Naturally, there were many changes in the earthly dragon list. Now, the highest ranked person on the earthly dragon list was Jian Wushuang. Earthly dragon lists number 1, Dragon Palace disciple Jian Wushuang. Haha, the third brother, it's awesome that you're first on the earthly dragon list. The 4 brothers were gathered at the manor. Wang Yuan laughed heartily while holding his recently acquired, updated earthly dragon list. Beside him, Jian Wushuang, Yang Zhaixuan, and Su Rou smiled. As expected, Yang Zhaixuan said calmly. Jian Wushuang's previous ranking at the 10th spot on the list had raised doubts from the Golden Pill Realm experts. But his current ranking at the top would not surprise anyone. His showing at the selection battle had demonstrated his real strength and achievements, silencing all naysayers. Jian Wushuang had defeated and killed Shui Yun, who had been ranked first on the earthly dragon list. Many warriors had witnessed this moment and were convinced of Jian Wushuang's prowess. His rank at the top of the list could not be disputed. It was perfectly justifiable. He was at the top of the earthly dragon list. There really are many changes on the new earthly dragon list. Jian Wushuang said, looking at the new list. The rank on the earthly dragon list was as follows. Number 1, Jian Wushuang, a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Number 2, Bailey Qin, a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Number 3, Mu Yingying from the Mu clan. Number 4, Feng Yutian from the Gladiator Arena. Number 5, Yang Zhaixuan, a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Number 6, Peng Wudao, solitary expert. Number 10, Su Rou, a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Chapter 172, Startling News. Chapter 172, Startling News. Second brother, little sister. Third brother did well. But both of you had excellent performances too, and ranked in the top 10. Wang Yuan was effusive in his praise. Both Yang Zhaixuan and Su Rou had been outstanding in the selection battle and gained recognition for the strength they exhibited during the event. Yang Zhaixuan had single-handedly killed Ling Shuer, who ranked 8th in the previous earthly dragon list. Yang Zhaixuan had defeated him so effortlessly that no one doubted that he deserved his 5th rank on the earthly dragon list. Su Rou's performance in the selection battle had been even more astounding. Su Rou had deflected Shui Yun's blade attack and forced Shui Yun to retreat. Without Su Rou's interference, Jian Wushuang might not have been able to defeat Shui Yun. This made Su Rou's strength clear to all who were present. While Su Rou had amply demonstrated her skills in defensive methods, her limited ability with attack methods resulted in her merely replacing Jian Wushuang's old rank at the 10th place on the list. Our little sister and I are merely supporting players in the earthly dragon list. We can't compare our strength to the third brother, who ranks first. Yang Zhaixuan said. My sentiments exactly. Su Rou nodded earnestly. Then you two should work harder in the next 2 months. The easternmost hunting will be tougher than the selection battle you just experienced, and the opponents you face will also be different. Wang Yuan cautioned. That's right. The easternmost hunting is different from the selection battle. We may be the top experts in the Tianzong dynasty, but that may not be the case in the easternmost hunting. Jian Wushuang felt slightly pressured. After all, Tianzong dynasty was a small empire. The 12 northwestern dynasties would be participating in the easternmost hunting. 6 of these were middle-sized dynasties and 2 were large empires. These middle-sized and large empires would have territorial areas and warrior numbers far surpassing that of Tianzong dynasty. A small empire like Tianzong dynasty had been able to produce many experts and even an exceptional talent like Shuiyin. That meant that larger empires would have many talents of their own. I don't know about other dynasties, but I'm familiar with the Cosmos Empire, one of the 2 large empires. Yang Zishuan said, "The Cosmos Empire has more talents than Tianzong dynasty, and their skills are superior to ours. Cosmos Empire has its own list of top gold core experts. Any of the top 50 warriors on that list would easily rank in the top 10 or even in the top 5 on the Earthly Dragon list." "Oh," Jian Wushuang responded, eyebrows raised. "Anyone in the top 50 on Cosmos Empire's list could make it to the top 10 on the Earthly Dragon list? Maybe even top 5. Second brother, why do you know so much about Cosmos Empire?" Jian Wushuang asked, frowning. Yang Zishuan's face darkened and didn't answer. Jian Wushuang decided not to press him. "Anyway, we'll do our best." Jian Wushuang said. "Yeah." Yang Zishuan and Su Rou also nodded. The 4 brothers were drinking and chatting in a majestic manner in the Dragon Palace. Palace Masters Black and White were playing chess casually. Suddenly the door was pushed open and a purple-robed servant entered. "Your Excellency's Golden Dragon Palace sent a classified letter." The purple-robed servant handed them the letter. "Classified?" Palace Master White and Black were surprised. Palace Master White took the letter and dismissed the servant with a wave of his hand. The servant departed immediately and closed the door after him. Still seated in front of the chessboard, Palace Master White opened the classified letter and read it together with Palace Master Black. Their faces turned grave after reading the contents of the letter. The easternmost hunting will be held in 2 months, so he should focus on improving his strength to prepare for it. This is an unexpected turn of events. Palace Master White frowned and turned to Palace Master Black. "What do you think? Should we tell him right now, or keep it a secret until the end of the easternmost hunting?" Palace Master Black mulled it over and said, "Just tell him. Let him make the decision. I'll let him know, since I'm closer to him." Palace Master White rose from his seat and left. Soon, Palace Master White arrived at the manor where Jian Wushuang and his friends were drinking together. Jian Wushuang, Palace Master White appeared. Palace Master White. The 4 of them stood up immediately. "Follow me. I have something to tell you," said Palace Master White. Jian Wushuang nodded and followed Palace Master White to a quiet, open field. "This is a classified letter from Golden Dragon Palace. Take a look." Palace Master White handed the letter to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was puzzled, but his eyes widened when he opened the letter and saw its contents. Only a short paragraph was written in the letter. "We have found out that Jian Nantian has been detained at Tianan Province, 9 Ring Mountain." It was a short paragraph, but it was enough to agitate Jian Wushuang. "That's where my father has been." "My father is being held at 9 Ring Mountain." Jian Wushuang's face reddened with fury, and he emanated an aura of uncontained rage. "Jian Wushuang, keep your cool!" Palace Master White shouted. But Jian Wushuang didn't seem to be listening. "Keep calm." That was his father. Although he hadn't seen his father for many years, scenes of his father teaching him swordplay when he was a child remained deeply etched in his mind. When his father had gone missing, Jian Wushuang had tried all means to find him, but had failed as his spiritual power was lacking at the time. He could only fulfill his father's wishes that he takes charge of Sword Pavilion, and he had been striving to do just that since then. Not long ago, he had been surprised to learn from his aunt that his father was still alive. Now that he finally knew where his father was, how could he not be worked up? Jian Wushuang, calm down first. Seeing Jian Wushuang's state, Palace Master White shouted again with a special force, causing Jian Wushuang to shudder and calm down immediately. Palace Master White. Jian Wushuang could not help looking at Palace Master White. I came to you immediately after receiving this classified letter. Now that you know where your father is, I know it's difficult for you to calm down and that you'd want to figure out how to rescue your father. Palace Master White said solemnly, I understand all these things. However, before rescuing your father, you should have a clear understanding of the opponent's strength. Take action with certainty. You wouldn't want to fail in your rescue attempt and perhaps even lose your life. Chapter 173, Looking for Help. Chapter 173, Looking for Help. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and tried to calm down. The palace master is right. I must save my father, but not in a reckless way. Jian Wushuang said. It's good that you've calmed down, Palace Master White said, nodding. Your father remains in custody in Nine Ring Mountain, where there is a strong sect called Nine Emperors Sect. The Nine Emperors Sect? Jian Wushuang asked and raised his eyebrows. Since your father is imprisoned in the Nine Ring Mountain, he must be in the custody of the Nine Emperors Sect. Palace Master White said solemnly, I checked your background and know that you've only dealt with Tianyuan Sword Sect, one of the 5 grand sects in Tianyin province. There are indeed several superiors of the Yin Void realm in the Tianyuan Sword Sect, but their skills are all at average level. In Tianzong Dynasty, Tianyuan Sword Sect can only be considered a first-rate sect. Nine Emperors Sect is much more powerful and despotic than Tianyuan Sword Sect, and is considered a top sect even for the whole Tianzong Dynasty. Jian Wushuang looked grave, thinking that obviously the strength of the top sect in Tianzong Dynasty could never be poor. So it seemed like an insurmountable task to save his father from the clutches of the Nine Emperors Sect, where he was in custody. As far as I know, there are a total of 8 experts of Yin Void Realm in the Nine Emperors Sect, Palace Master White continued, including 3 at Initial Yin Void Realm, 2 at Profound, 2 at Exceptional, and 1 Upper Elder, who has been cultivated in seclusion in the Nine Emperors Sect and has already reached peak of Yin Void Realm. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned even more. A good 8 experts of Yin Void, all with powerful strength. At his present strength level, he could pay little attention to the 3 at Initial Yin Void Realm. He could even defeat or kill those at Profound Yin Void Realm with ease. However, Jian Wushuang did not have the confidence to defeat the expert of Exceptional Yin Void Realm. As for the peak of the Yin Void Realm, Jian Wushuang would only stand a chance against him if he used the soul-devouring secret skill. In Nine Emperors Sect, there were already 2 powerhouse at fulfillment, and on top of that, the Upper Elder who had reached peak of the Yin Void Realm after his cultivation in seclusion. With Jian Wushuang's present strength, it was totally a daydream for him to save his father alone. Apart from the 8 experts of the Yin Void Realm that we know of, the fact that the Blood Feather Tower imprisons your father under the custody of the Nine Emperors Sect proves that there is a more complicated relationship between them. It's possible that the Nine Emperors Sect has already yielded to the Blood Feather Tower, so there may be some killers of Blood Feather Tower's people in the Nine Emperors Sect, said Palace Master White. Yes, it is possible. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew well that Blood Feather Tower regarded his father as a highly valuable prisoner. In order to arrest his father, the Blood Feather Tower had risked the extermination of one of the greatest clans, Ji Clan. So it was not surprising that the Blood Feather Tower would dispatch reliable experts to guard such an important person. Jian Wushuang asked, Are there any experts of Yang Void Realm in the Nine Emperors Sect? Yang Void Realm, Palace Master White shook her head and said, "There are not many experts at the level of Yang Void Realm in the entire Tianzong dynasty. Yang Void Realm experts are highly valued by all sections. Although the Blood Feather Tower has staggering strength, they won't expend a Yang Void Realm powerhouse just to guard a person, even if the person is extremely important." "That's good. At least there is a little hope left for me." Jian Wushuang nodded to himself. It would be even more difficult to save his father if he was being guarded by a Yang Void Realm powerhouse. Although he knew well that there was a large number of powerhouses in the Nine Emperors sect and even in the Blood Feather Tower, there was still some hope of him being able to save his father. "Jian Wushuang, there is something you must know first." Palace Master White looked at Jian Wushuang and said seriously, "The Dragon Palace has reached an armistice with the Blood Feather Tower, so it is absolutely unreasonable for us to fight them. If you go to rescue your father, the experts of the Dragon Palace would not be able to offer help." "I understand." Jian Wushuang nodded. He had not intended to ask the Dragon Palace experts for help. "Though we can't help, the Golden Dragon Palace can do that," Palace Master White said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and asked, "The Golden Dragon Palace?" "There are many powerhouses in the Golden Dragon Palace. Since the Golden Dragon guards and ambassadors are not strictly restrained, their intentions and actions have no bearing on Dragon Palace. So, perhaps I can help you contact some reliable ambassadors and get their support," said Palace Master White with a smile. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up immediately. "Thank you so much, Your Excellency Palace Master," Jian Wushuang said with appreciation. "Haha, take it easy. I will personally select the Golden Dragon ambassadors who won't let you down." "I promise," said Palace Master White with a smile. "Thank you so much." Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude again. Jian Wushuang went back to the manor, but this time he didn't smile and wore a serious expression. "Third brother, what happened?" The three people, including Wang Yuan, who had drunk with Jian Wushuang in the manor, noticed the change in his facial expression. "Big brother, second brother, and little sister, I need your help," Jian Wushuang said without preamble. "We're brothers. Just tell us." Wang Yuan said frankly and readily. Yang Zaishuan and Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang. They knew Jian Wushuang well and were aware that he would never ask for help unless it was something important. "I want to rescue my father," said Jian Wushuang. "What?" Wang Yuan and the other two immediately asked. Eyes widened. "To rescue his father." Jian Wushuang gave his brothers and sister a succinct explanation of the situation, telling them about the location where his father was held and the strength of the Nine Emperors sect. He trusted his brothers and sister absolutely and did not withhold any information from them. The Nine Emperors sect has so many experts that it is impossible for us to rescue anyone by ourselves. Yang Zaishuan said in a low voice, "Of course, it won't be possible with just the four of us. I have requested Palace Master White to help me invite several reliable and strong Golden Dragon ambassadors to join the rescue mission," said Jian Wushuang. "The Golden Dragon messengers? Not bad." Yang Zaishuan nodded and said, "I will do you a favor." "Third brother," Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "You almost lost your life to win me the Black Water Lotus. I'll definitely give you any help you need." Smiling at Su Rou, Jian Wushuang then looked at Wang Yuan. "Hey, don't look at me." Wang Yuan waved his hands. "You three rank within the top 10 on the Earthly Dragon list and are strong enough to kill any normal experts of the Yin Void realm, so you're skilled enough for the rescue. As for me, I just reached the initial Gold Core realm. My strength is ordinary, and any powerhouse from the Nine Emperors sect could kill me easily. It seems that I'd be courting death if I go." Jian Wushuang gave Wang Yuan a look, but held his tongue. Not long after inviting Yang Zaishuan and Su Rou for the rescue mission, they heard from Palace Master White. Chapter 174. 7 Great Golden Dragon Ambassadors. Chapter 174. 7 Great Golden Dragon Ambassadors. Outside the Imperial Palace in the Cloud Mountains, a fierce selection battle had just taken place, leaving devastation everywhere. At that moment, 7 strong figures with overwhelming auras stood at the summit of one of the lofty giant mountains, waiting silently. Suddenly, 3 dark spots appeared on the horizon and swept towards the figures. Here they come. The 7 figures lifted their heads. As the dark points grew closer, it became apparent that there were 3 griffins on which Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, and Su Ro rode. When they got close to the mountain's summit, they jumped off the griffins. Haha, Wushuang. A cool and charismatic middle-aged man welcomed Jian Wushuang with a smile. Your Excellency Yi? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. He had known that there would be experts invited by Palace Master White and that they would be waiting for him here, but he had not known who they would be. He recognized the middle-aged man as Yi Rafeng, whom he had previously dealt with several times. It was Yi Rafeng who had sent him to the Dragon Palace. Wushuang, we meet again. With a smile, Yi Rafeng said, About 2 years have passed since our last meeting. As for that moment, I have to thank you again. Without you, I'm afraid my daughter would have been killed. Back then, Jian Wushuang had run into Yi Rafeng while on assignment by the Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang had helped Yi Rafeng take care of his daughter, Yi Mei, by helping her complete the task of catching the 2-claw marked golden dragon guard. Yi Rafeng had been apprised by Yi Mei about what had happened during the mission, and was therefore aware that Jian Wushuang had saved his daughter's life. Let it go, Jian Wushuang smiled. You saved my daughter's life. I have to thank you, Yi Rafeng said solemnly. I believe in showing gratitude through my actions. You did me a huge favor by saving my daughter's life, and I want to repay that debt. When I heard that you needed help, I came here without any hesitation. Haha, thank you so much, Your Excellency, Jian Wushuang said. Don't call me Your Excellency. If you don't mind, call me Brother Yi, said Yi Rafeng. Brother Yi, Jian Wushuang didn't refuse. All right, let me introduce. Yi Rafeng brought Jian Wushuang before the other experts. This is Shui Mingho, the Golden Dragon Ambassador of the Golden Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang looked at the well-groomed man whose eyes seemed to possess an unusual magic to make people like him at first sight. Mr. Shui, Jian Wushuang said modestly. Jian Wushuang, the first on the earthly dragon list, the recognized first genius in the whole Tianzong dynasty. After the selection battle, people were discussing you everywhere, and I have already heard so much about you. Today, I'm finally able to see you in the flesh. Shui Mingho said and laughed. Those are... Yi Rafeng introduced the other powerhouses to Jian Wushuang one by one. Jian Wushuang soon realized something about the experts invited by Palace Master White. 7 experts were invited by Palace Master White. All of them were Golden Dragon Ambassadors from the Golden Dragon Palace and had marvelous strength. Among them, 3 were warriors of the profound Yin Void Realm. 2 were warriors of exceptional Yin Void Realm, and 2 were warriors of peak of the Yin Void Realm. Yi Rafeng and Shui Mingho were the 2 warriors of the peak of the Yin Void Realm. Jian Wushuang was delighted when he realized the strength of the 7 experts and felt gratitude towards Palace Master White, who had invited so many strong experts for him. Even though the 9 Emperors sect was the top sect in Tianzong dynasty, they had 8 warriors of the Yin Void Realm, with only one of them being a peak of the Yin Void Realm. As for battle formation, just Yi Rafeng and the other 6 experts would be enough to suppress the 8 Yin Void Realm experts of the 9 Emperors sect. In addition, there were Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, and Su Ro, all of whom were in the top 10 on the earthly dragon list. All 3 possessed great battle strength comparable to the level of profound Yin Void Realm. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang's skills were well matched to those of the warrior of the exceptional Yin Void Realm. It was enough to ruin the 9 emperors' sect with such a battle formation. The only thing they had to be wary of was the experts hidden in the Blood Feather Tower. Gentlemen, I'm sorry that I can't tell you what you are going to do yet. I'll let you have all the details once we get to the destination, said Jian Wushuang. Hearing that, 7 golden dragon ambassadors frowned, but they didn't mind. So let's go. Jian Wushuang, Yang Zhaixuan, and Su Rou departed the mountain summit on their griffins, while the 7 golden dragon messengers walked on air. The group moved directly towards the 9-ring mountain where the 9 emperors' sect was located. 9-ring mountain was located in the Tianan province. It was well known that the 9-ring mountain was the foundation of the 9 emperors' sect. The 9 emperors' sect was a genuine old sect which had a very good reputation in Tianan province. It was said that there were 3 clans and 4 sects, which represented the 7 strongest forces in Tianan province, and the 9 emperors' sect was one of the 4 sects. 10 dark spots silently floated on the void outside the 9-ring mountain, overlooking the old sect which was not far off. That is, the 9 emperors' sect. The invited golden dragon ambassadors looked grave. Gentlemen, that's our destination, 9 emperors' sect, Jian Wushuang said in a serious voice, according to reliable news from the Golden Dragon Palace. The man who's imprisoned in the 9 emperors' sect is my father. Ah. All 7 golden dragon ambassadors looked at Jian Wushuang. I need your help to rescue my father, Jian Wushuang said. There is no doubt that the 9 emperors' sect's strength is very strong. Besides, it has a connection with the Blood Feather Tower. So, some top experts from the Blood Feather Tower may be hidden in the 9 emperors' sect. The Blood Feather Tower? The Golden Dragon ambassadors' expressions changed. They would have been able to manage if it were merely a fight with the 9 emperors' sect. Although the 9 emperors' sect was strong, it's just a first-class sect in the region, and the strongest expert in the sect was just a peak of the Yin Void realm. However, circumstances would be different if Blood Feather Tower was involved. Blood Feather Tower was the greatest killer organization in the Tianzong dynasty. The horror that this organization was capable of causing was known to all. Anyone who crossed the Blood Feather Tower would be targeted by the organization and assassinated. Even experts of the Yin-Yang Void realm could not escape death by Blood Feather Tower's hands. Apart from Yi Rafeng, the Golden Dragon ambassadors looked hesitant. Gentlemen, Jian Wushuang observed their expressions, then said, I know what you are worried about. If you don't want to provoke the Blood Feather Tower, I won't force you to do so. If there's anyone here who wants to quit, you can leave now. Of course, I will be deeply indebted to anyone who stays to help me rescue my father. I will try my best to repay your help in future. Several Golden Dragon ambassadors who had hesitated brightened at Jian Wushuang's words. Earlier, Palace Master White had promised to gift them with items such as elixirs and tomes in exchange for their help. Although those items were welcome, they would not have insisted on getting those items. But getting the favor of Jian Wushuang was totally different. Chapter 175, 9 Emperors Sect. Chapter 175, 9 Emperors Sect. That's Jian Wushuang, the best and peerless genius on the earthly dragon list. If everything went well, he would attain the level of the Yin-Yang Void realm in future. Once he reached the Yin-Yang Void realm, he would rank on the heavenly dragon list. His future looked promising if he was given more time to improve himself. How precious was the favor of such a peerless genius! It was more valuable than those treasures promised by Palace Master White, at least as far as these Golden Dragon ambassadors were concerned. Wushuang, my friends, you can rest assured that we won't give up now that we're invited here, Shui Mingho said and smiled. In fact, he had hesitated when he first knew that he might have to fight with the Blood Feather Tower. Now his expression showed that he seemed to have calmed down. Yeah, now we're here. How could we give up so easily? Though the Blood Feather Tower has incredible skills, We, the Golden Dragon Ambassadors, aren't weak either. Other Golden Dragon Ambassadors also started to say something. So now, we have to discuss what we should do next, Jian Wushuang said, taking out a datum. This was the most detailed datum about the 9 Emperors sect collected by the Golden Dragon Palace, including the environmental structure of the 9 Emperors sect and the basic information of its powerhouses. After a simple discussion, they made a decision. The upper elder who always practices alone in the 9 Emperors sect is the strongest one among all the elders. Since he seldom goes out, his response would be slower. Let's sneak up on him. We'd better kill 1 or 2 superiors of the Envoid realm before they react, Jian Wushuang said. Brother Yi, Mr. Shui, you're the strongest among us. You hide secretly until we complete the sneak attack. Once the upper elder of the 9 Emperors sect shows up, Brother Yi, you stop him. Mr. Shui will continue to hide himself, just in case reinforcements are needed. After all, some experts from the Bloodfeather Tower are likely to be hidden here. We have to do something to keep us safe. Got it. The 7 Golden Dragon Ambassadors, Yang Zishuan and Su Ro, agreed with him. Once they had decided on the strategy, they took action. The 9 Emperors sect had numerous followers. In the sect, there was boisterous atmosphere everywhere. There was a courtyard near the mountain wall of the 9 Emperors sect, where the perimeter was heavily guarded. Only the leaders from the core of the 9 Emperors sect were qualified to enter this place. At this moment, a young man in an elegant robe was brandishing his long sword at the center of this courtyard. His motions were continuous, causing light to be reflected from the blade and showing immense power. The young man was using the sword essence of raging fire. His comprehension of this essence showed that his skill was great enough to challenge the 7th level of Dragon Gate. In addition to his cultivation of spiritual power of the exceptional Gold Core realm, his actual strength was comparable to a powerhouse of the earthly dragon list. Suddenly, that young man struck his sword aggressively towards a wooden stake which had been erected in the yard. Crack! The seemingly sturdy wooden stake disintegrated instantly with wood chips flying in every direction. On seeing the destruction of the wooden stake, the young man looked gloomy. If he had truly mastered that skill, the stake should have been split cleanly into 2 halves instead of disintegrating into wood chips. Obviously, he had a long way to go before truly grasping the skill. Damn it! I've already spent more than half a month on this, but there's no progress. Old geezer, have you been genuinely teaching me, or are you deliberately leading me on? The young man shouted. The so-called geezer was the white-haired man who sat on the stone bench, drinking alone. This white-haired man was not that old in terms of biological age. In fact, he was middle-aged. However, he had messy white hair and a face filled with melancholy, deep wrinkles. Along with the beard he kept, it was easy to mistake him as an old man at first glance. He held the flagon with his right hand, which was covered in calluses. This showed that he had been using the sword for a long time. There was a wooden sword on the stone table in front of him. Hearing what that cold-faced youth said, the white-haired man looked at him with dark eyes and said in an icy voice, "'Cause you are too stupid." Stupid. That cold-faced youth was enraged. He rushed towards the white-haired man and grabbed the flagon from him. Pia! The flagon was thrown to the ground and broke into pieces. The cold-faced young guy pointed to the white-haired man and shouted, "Geezer, remember where you are now. I'm warning you, if you withhold anything when you teach me swordsmanship, you'll never get a good day ever." Though the white-haired man frowned slightly as he heard those words, his eyes maintained their cool gaze. He picked up another flagon with his hand and continued to drink. He was not in the mood to talk to him anymore. The cold youth became angrier and shouted, "You, geezer!" At this moment, Chang Feng. Suddenly a voice was heard, and then a gray-robed elder walked slowly into the yard. "Father!" the cold youth said respectfully. The cold-faced young man was named Ma Chongfeng, and his father was that gray-robed elder, the third elder of 9 emperors sect, an expert of the Yin Void realm. Though Ma Qinghai was just at the level of the initial Yin Void realm, his status was highly respected in the 9 emperors sect. Ma Qinghai looked at his beloved son. What's wrong? He had become a father at an old age, so he spoiled his son and would try to satisfy all his whims. There were few powerhouses who had mastered sword principle in the 9 emperors sect. But his son loved sword principle, so he had used his status to allow his son to freely enter the courtyard to consult that jailed, white-haired man on sword principle problems. Father, I've endeavored to perfect the swordsmanship before, but I couldn't make it. Now, under the teaching of this elder, I've still made no progress, even after half a month. He must be fooling me. Ma Chongfeng said gloomily. What? Ma Qinghai looked at that white-haired man. Mr. Jian Nantian, how could this be? I've said it before. The white-haired man said in a deep voice and glanced at Ma Qinghai. I've taught him, but hopelessly he's too stupid to understand it. Ma Chongfeng shouted indignantly, Bastard! Ma Qinghai's face darkened. He said, Jian Nantian, watch your attitude. You just need to do what my son asked you to. You shouldn't complain, or you will suffer from the bone-dissolving powder again. Chapter 176, Taking Action. Chapter 176, Taking Action. Bone-dissolving powder was a poison which could make a person's bones limp and numb so that he hardly wished to live. This poison would not kill, but it could cause a lot of pain and suffering. The white-haired man had continued to drink alone during the confrontation. When threatened with the bone-dissolving powder, his eyes flashed with transient fear, but soon he regained his calm. Ma Qinghai snorted and looked at his son with coddling eyes again. Chongfeng, the earthly dragon list has changed a lot after the selection battle of Tianzong dynasty. I bring you a new one. Ma Qinghai gave Ma Chongfeng the updated earthly dragon list. Ma Chongfeng took it and leafed through it. Oh, the number 1 on earthly dragon list now is Jian Wushuang. Ma Chongfeng was a little bit surprised. Shouldn't it be the big monster Shuiyin? How could it be Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang. The white-haired man's expression changed subtly. Shui Yun has been killed by Jian Wushuang. You can read the details about the battle between him and Shui Yun. Ma Qinghai said. Ma Chongfeng continued reading just a moment later. That's impressive. He left Shui Yun no options but to swallow a scarlet elixir. Jian Wushuang is really something. Besides, he is also a master of sword principle. Ma Chongfeng clenched his hands, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, there are no real masters of sword principle in 9 emperors sect. The old man is the only one who is good at it, but he doesn't teach me sincerely. Otherwise, I certainly would win a place on earthly dragon list with my talent. It is also possible to replace Jian Wushuang as number 1 on earthly dragon list. Ma Chongfeng looked over at the white-haired man with hatred. Jian Nantian, I heard that Jian Wushuang combined 3 sword essences at a young age. What do you think about his talent? Ma Qinghai asked. Combine 3 sword essences? Not too bad. The white-haired man was still drinking wine and seemed indifferent. No one noticed a subtle and meaningful smile on his face. Combine 3 sword essences and the number 1 on the earthly dragon list. That's pretty impressive. Not too bad. Ma Qinghai sneered. Right, his talent is pales in comparison to yours when you were young. In the Battle of Qinling several years ago, you killed 3 purple-masked killers of Blood Feather Tower simultaneously with one move, and one of them was in the profound of Yin Void realm. At that time, you were just an exceptional gold core realm. You were stronger than Jian Wushuang. But unfortunately, your Dantian was destroyed. Such a super genius is now a good-for-nothing. Besides teaching young men swordsmanship, what else can you do?" Hearing this, the white-haired man's face fell. Yes, the white-haired man was Jian Nantian, Jian Wushuang's father. Before, he was a super genius who had possessed immeasurable potential, just as Jian Wushuang now did. But now Jian Nantian was in bad shape. His dantian had been broken into pieces, so he had no cultivation of spiritual power at all. In this world where cultivation of spiritual power was highly valued, he could be called a useless person. And at this moment, Jian Wushuang and his comrades were walking towards the 9 Emperors sect. 5 people and 3 griffins were levitating above the void, and 3 people rode on the 3 griffins. These 8 people honorably appeared above the void in 9 Emperors sect. Boom! With a golden dragon ambassador showing his strength in exceptional of Een Void Realm, the 9 Emperors sect under the void was in turmoil. Who has come to 9 Emperors sect? A hearty laugh sounded. Then 5 people flew out from the 9 Emperors sect to the void. Among the 5 people, 1 was exceptional Een Void Realm, 2 were profound Golden Core Realms, and the remaining 2 were initial Gold Core Realms. The exceptional Een Void Realm was middle-aged and clothed in purple robes. He was the current sect master in 9 Emperors sect, Chunan. Sect Master Chu, we come from Golden Dragon Palace, and we seek help from 9 Emperors sect. Would you do us a favor? Jian Wushuang and his friends had hatched a plan earlier. Now the Golden Dragon Ambassador who had just spoken was following the script. Golden Dragon Ambassador. Chu Nan looked around and found that they all wore golden dragon rings. The rings on the Enyang Void Realm experts bore the sign of Golden Dragon Ambassador. Golden Dragon Palace was a hegemon and the strongest one in Tianzong Dynasty. Plus, Golden Dragon Ambassadors enjoyed high status in Golden Dragon Palace, so all sects would maintain friendly relations with them. It certainly included the 9 Emperors sect. Haha, so it is. Chu Nan laughed. We'd love to help you since you've come to us. But what we can do for you? It's a long story. If Sect Master Chu don't mind, could we go inside and discuss the details? The Golden Dragon Ambassador said. Of course, please follow me. Chu Nan smiled and led them slowly towards the ground. Soon they all landed. As soon as they landed, Jian Wushuang patted his griffin, and the griffin flew away immediately. Jian Wushuang signaled his friends with a look, and all the Golden Dragon messengers, Yang Zaishuan and Su Ro, took the hint. You guys accepted a task from Golden Dragon Palace? Chu Nan and other experts of 9 Emperors sect didn't notice anything abnormal, and they were still talking with the Golden Dragon Ambassadors. They walked to the meeting hall, and as soon as they stepped up the stairs, Action! Jian Wushuang shouted. Primed for action, the 8 people moved immediately. Among those 5 Golden Dragon Ambassadors, the 2 in exceptional Een Void Realm moved quickly, and both of them targeted Chu Nan. The 3 Golden Dragon Ambassadors of profound Een Void Realm also acted, and they targeted the 2 profound Een Void Realms next to Chu Nan. Yang Zaishuan and Su Ro jointly attacked 1 in initial Een Void Realm. And Jian Wushuang at this moment, he was full of murderous intent. He unsheathed, triple kill, sword from his back, unleashing a stream of terrible sword essence towards the sky. Light reflecting from the blade, Jian Wushuang brandished his sword with great ease. It was the first move of selfless sword technique, idealistic form. Combining 3 sword essences and exploding his power, he headed to another one in initial Een Void Realm. What the hell? Facing unexpected attacks, all the powerhouses of 9 Emperors sect were astonished. Oh no! Realizing that they had fallen prey to a plot, Chu Nan's countenance changed immediately. In a split second, a terrible breath burst forth, but it was too late for him to unsheath his weapon. Instead, he tried to ward off the sudden attack from the 2 Golden Dragon Ambassadors with his palm. The other experts of 9 Emperors sect also reacted immediately to fend off the sudden attacks. Chapter 177, Attack and Kill. Chapter 177, Attack and Kill. Boom! Like a roaring dragon, the sword light rushed towards the warrior of initial Void Realm. There was a significant change in the warrior's expression as he hurried to block the attack. Jian Wushuang had been capable of killing Ouyang Haoyan, who had ranked 3rd on the Earthly Dragon list, with a single sword move. His real battle strength was even comparable to that of the experts of the exceptional Void Realm. Thus, a surprise attack against a warrior of the initial Void Realm was rather easy for him. Naturally, the outcome would not deviate from expectations. The sword light easily penetrated the body of the initial Void Realm and killed him instantly. Bang! 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 Several dramatic roars sounded successively, and Chu Nan and other experts of the Nine Emperors sect were beaten back. Chu Nan was thrown heavily against the wall, smashing it to pieces. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. As for the other experts of the Void from the Nine Emperors sect, one was killed by Jian Wushuang, while another warrior of the initial Void Realm was killed by Yang Zishuan and Su Rou. Another 2 warriors of the profound Void Realm were badly, but not fatally, injured. Among the 5 experts of the Void Realm from the Nine Emperors sect, 2 were dead while 3 were heavily hurt in this sneak attack. You are so powerful. The Golden Dragon ambassadors looked at Jian Wushuang's trio. Jian Wushuang gave a small smile. He knew that although these Golden Dragon ambassadors had not killed any of the experts of the Nine Emperors sect, it did not mean they were useless. After all, the stronger the warriors was, the harder it would be to kill them. It was easy to kill ordinary experts of the initial Void Realm, but it would be rather difficult to kill them after they reached the profound Void Realm. Go on, Jian Wushuang groaned, and then immediately headed towards the oncoming experts of the Nine Emperors sect. This group of experts were mostly at the primordial gold core realm. Although their strength was ordinary, there was a great number of them. In order to save his father, Jian Wushuang would not show any pity to these experts, let alone show any mercy. Kill! Yang Zishuan, Su Rou, and the Golden Dragon ambassadors also rushed out. You guys, Chu Nan was struggling to stand up. On seeing the scene in front of him, his face turned grim. Haha, Sect Master Chu, I'm sorry. Once entrusted by others, we will be loyal to them. One of the Golden Dragon ambassadors of the exceptional Void Realm laughed and came directly to Chu Nan. Chu Nan reacted immediately. However, as he was seriously injured from the sneak attack, he was severely disadvantaged and could only resist the Golden Dragon ambassador's attacks with great effort. The other Golden Dragon ambassador and Jian Wushuang's team were attacking with ease, almost like tigers running into a flock of sheep. For a moment, blood mist was suspended in the air and stained the horizon. A fierce battle had already broken out. Several brutal and dreadful breaths had rushed towards the sky. The breaths and spiritual power released from the battle were naturally spreading to the courtyard near the mountain. What happened? Ma Qinghai's face changed suddenly. He levitated off the ground and looked in the direction of the battle. Seeing the fierce battle in front of him, he was shocked. Has a large number of experts broken into the Nine Emperors sect? He said hurriedly. Changes are occurring in our sect. Changfeng, you just stay here and don't go anywhere. Then Ma Qinghai rushed to the fierce battlefield at the fastest speed. In the courtyard, Ma Changfeng also felt a terrible spiritual power wave that was not far away, and his face changed. The Void Realm, is there a group of experts of the Void Realm who have come to the Nine Emperors sect? Nine Emperors sect is the first-class sect of the Tianzong dynasty. Who in the Tianzong dynasty would dare to kill our warriors here? Ma Changfeng frowned. As a first-class sect, it had a deep foundation and had always been extremely strong. Throughout the Tianzong dynasty, there were only 7 top clans and 3 hegemons that the 9 Emperors sect were fearful of. The 9 Emperors sect had always been very humble and respectful to the top 7 clans and the 3 hegemons. As the 9 Emperors sect had never provoked them, these clans and hegemons would not look for any trouble in the 9 Emperors sect for no reason. 9 Emperors sect hasn't provoked any strong enemies during this period, so we shouldn't have been hit by other sects unless... Ma Changfeng thought of a possibility and immediately looked at the white-haired man next to him. "Old man, are these experts coming here for you?" Glancing at Ma Changfeng, Jian Nantian did not answer him and kept drinking. They must come for you." Ma Changfeng snorted coldly. "But unfortunately they can't save you. Not only do we have lots of experts in the 9 Emperors sect, just this courtyard. This courtyard is a huge and impenetrable prison. From the moment that you were imprisoned here, it was destined that they cannot save you." Hearing that, Jian Nantian's gaze froze slightly, but he still said nothing. The fierce battle had reached a key moment in the 9 Emperors sect. Numerous cold corpses were lying in a disorderly manner on the ground or on the roof. These bodies belonged to the warriors of the Gold Core realm from the 9 Emperors sect. In terms of the battle formation, Jian Wushuang's team was stronger than that of the 9 Emperors sect. The 9 Emperors sect had lost 2 warriors of the initial Yin Void realm and 2 of the profound Yin Void realm. Chu Nan had also been seriously injured in the sneak attack. Jian Wushuang's side already had an advantage based on battle strength at the level of the Yin Void. As for the ordinary warriors of the Gold Core realm, even if their numbers were huge, they could only buy a little time but not turn the tides of the battle. However, at this moment, with a cold hum suddenly sounding through the void, a black-clothed elder with a lean face appeared, emanating tyrannical aura. "How dare you break into the 9 Emperors sect and kill my warriors?" There was rage in the black-clothed elder's eyes, and his clothes and hair were flapping around even though there was no wind. This man was the upper elder of the 9 Emperors sect who had reached the peak of the Yin Void realm and had sequestered himself to practice all the time. Upper elder has shown up. Now that upper elder has shown up, this group of intruders means nothing. Kill them all. Seeing the arrival of the black-clothed elder, the experts of the 9 Emperors sect immediately beamed with excitement. But as soon as this black-clothed elder appeared, a loud laughter suddenly sounded. "Ha ha, old man Mo, haven't you died yet?" A handsome middle-aged man appeared in front of the black-clothed elder, and the same breath of the peak of the Yin Void realm was emanated, which was stronger than that of the black-clothed elder. Naturally, this man was Yi Rafeng, who had hidden in the dark. Yi Rafeng? The black-clothed elder's face changed slightly. "Our 9 Emperors sect hasn't offended the Golden Dragon Palace." "Yes, you didn't offend us, but this time we are on a mission entrusted by others," Yi Rafeng said with a smile. "Are you going to stop me?" The black-clothed elder shouted coldly. "What do you think?" Yi Rafeng laughed. "Perhaps I may not be stronger than you in direct slaughter, but since I am here, don't even think about taking action. Try me." The black-clothed elder stopped talking and took action. Yi Rafeng reacted to his move with a smile. 2 experts of the peak of the Yin Void realm fought against each other in the void right above 9 Emperors sect. With a roaring aura, terrible power crashed together. Chapter 178, 6 Purple Mask Killers. Chapter 178, 6 Purple Mask Killers. Yi Rafeng blocked the way of upper elder in 9 Emperors sect, leaving him no chance to help. Meanwhile, inside the sect, the situation was still one-sided. Go to hell! With towering sword essence, Jian Wushuang's triple kill sword formed a flowing light and fiercely pierced towards an expert of the profound Yin Void realm in the 9 Emperors sect. This expert had been badly wounded during the sneak attack. Now, only 70% of his strength was left. However, when he saw Jian Wushuang's attack coming towards him, his eyes glistened coldly. "You are just of the primordial gold core realm. How dare you fight with me? Go to hell." While shouting, the expert of the profound void realm made a vast current of earth essence realm issue from the raven black long spear he held in his hand. He then aggressively jabbed the spear towards Jian Wushuang. It seemed that even the void was pierced. The power was monstrously strong. The flowing light formed by the sword essence also violently slashed forward. Clang! The two horrible strengths collided and did battle, but it was obvious that the flowing light of sword essence had the absolute advantage, completely outclassing the other. What? The warrior of the profound void realm was stunned, and he retreated awkwardly. "Be careful. The fellow you were fighting with should be Jian Wushuang, who performed excellently in this year's selection battle. He has been ranked first on the earthly dragon list." Chu Nan, who was engaged in battle with 2 golden dragon ambassadors beside him, couldn't help shouting. The 9 Emperors sect had not participated in the selection battle this time, due to the lack of disciples ranking on the earthly dragon list. Chu Nan had not recognized Jian Wushuang earlier, but he had heard about him before, and now that he had witnessed Jian Wushuang's strength, he realized who he was. Number 1 warrior on the earthly dragon list. The warrior of the profound void realm, who had been defeated by Jian Wushuang, looked cold with violent killing intent. The first place on the earthly dragon list? So what? He is just of the profound gold core realm. I don't believe that I can't kill him. With a cold snort, this warrior of the profound void realm fiercely glided towards Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang curled the corners of his lips, sneering. 3 sword essences were combined on the triple kill sword, and the strength suddenly burst out. The second move of selfless sword technique. Solipsistic form. Boom! Jian Wushuang had just displayed his strongest, unique skill. A fierce sword light raged out with overweening and monstrous momentum. The man of the profound void realm pierced through the void with his dark long spear and ruthlessly jabbed towards Jian Wushuang again. But the disparity in strength was more obvious this time. The sword light landed on the dark long spear. Horrible strength burst out, causing the spear to fly off. The sword light did not diminish and continued its ruthless slash towards the body of the warrior of the profound void realm. This man of the profound void realm was killed without even having a chance to struggle. Profound void realm. Jian Wushuang coldly sneered. Normally, the top 20 geniuses on the earthly dragon list were on par with warriors of the initial void realm. The top 10 had battle strength near the profound void realm. An example was Ouyang Haoyan, who had battle strength matching the profound void realm. But Jian Wushuang had killed Ouyang Haoyan with a single slash. Although the warrior of the profound void realm in front of him was more powerful than Ouyang Haoyan, Jian Wushuang has still killed him with ease. What an idiot! Seeing these events unfold before him, Chu Nan could not help cursing secretly. He had already warned the warrior of the profound void realm to be careful, but he had not heeded his advice and had ended up dead. There were not many void experts in 9 Emperors sect. Now 1 more had perished. This made their situation worse. They were getting nearer to collapse. Above the void, the black-clothed upper elder of 9 Emperors sect saw the events that had transpired below. He frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Mr. Ghost Tiger, please take action, or our 9 Emperors sect is over." Ghost Tiger. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. At the same time, he noticed several vigorous breaths suddenly rising from the direction of the 9 Emperors sect. Jian Wushuang, you chose to break into hell where there is no gate, when there were roads in heaven that you could have taken instead. Don't think about going back alive today. The cold laughter echoed. 6 black spots suddenly appeared on the void not far away. The 6 black spots glided quickly and soon appeared in front of everybody. The 6 figures were in black robes and were wearing purple masks. Undoubtedly, they were purple-masked killers from Blood Feather Tower. With the appearance of the 6 purple-masked killers, Jian Wushuang, Yang Zhaixuan, Su Rou, and several other Golden Dragon ambassadors visibly paled. 6 purple-masked killers, 5 of whom have reached the exceptional Yin Void Realm, and there is one at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. Jian Wushuang frowned. Jian Wushuang was aware that Blood Feather Tower valued his father and would have secretly dispatched many experts to guard him, so he was not surprised to see them. However, he had not expected that their strength was so immense. Among the 6 people, 1 was at the peak of the Yin Void Realm, and the remaining 5 were all of the exceptional Yin Void Realm. Such a battle formation, together with the remaining Yin Void experts of the 9 Emperors sect, could completely outclass them on overall strength. The 6 purple mask killers were standing on the void with violent killing intent. Among them, the leader, Ghost Tiger, who was at the peak of the Yin Void Realm, looked below coldly. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang and Golden Dragon ambassadors, none of you can get away today. Ghost Tiger said coldly, kill. Once he gave the order, the 6 purple mask killers took action. At this moment, a giant hand condensing vast power suddenly slapped towards the 6 purple masked killers. Huh, there's a hidden expert. Ghost Tiger was stunned, and then he sneered. You are just at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. On finishing his words, he thrust out a bloody light. The giant hand was broken into pieces. Go, go! Shui Mingho suddenly appeared above the void. The giant hand had been created by him just now to hinder the 6 purple mask killers. Jian Wushuang, the opponent's strength is greater than we thought. We should retreat right away, Shui Mingho shouted without stopping. The Golden Dragon ambassadors agreed and violently nodded. They had wanted to retreat as soon as they saw the experts from Blood Feather Tower. Yang Zhaixuan and Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang would decide whether they should retreat or continue to fight. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were icy. 6 purple mask killers, 1 at the peak of the Yin Void Realm, 5 of the exceptional Yin Void Realm. With my current cultivation of spiritual power at the peak of the profound Gold Core Realm, I could enhance my power to the initial Yin Void Realm if I use Soul-Taking Secret Skill. Together with Supreme Gold Core, my strength will be powerful enough to match the exceptional Yin Void Realm. In addition, my comprehension of Sword Essence is matching or outclassing an ordinary man at the peak of the Yin Void Realm won't be a problem. Jian Wushuang pondered over his options and made a decision. Chapter 179, The Strong Rescue. Chapter 179, The Strong Rescue. Retreating now was certainly not what Jian Wushuang wanted. Moreover, although those 6 purple-masked assassins had a powerful battle formation, they were not strong enough to make him give up without even fighting. Soul-devouring secret skill, Jian Wushuang looked cold. He had already decided to fight against these 6 purple-masked assassins via soul-taking secret skill. However, suddenly, whoosh! Several figures appeared almost simultaneously in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang winced. What? The 6 purple-masked assassins also looked at them. 9 people suddenly appeared, all wearing purple robes and standing side by side in the air. At that moment, 9 violent aura radiated from them without scruple, covering the whole area in an instant. At this moment, the entire 9 Emperors sect completely quieted down. Everybody was astonished, staring at those 9 figures who suddenly appeared. Among the 9 vast auras, 8 had obviously reached the exceptional Yin Void Realm, and the other one was a Yin Void champion. This terrifying group was even stronger than the 6 purple-masked assassins of Blood Feather Tower. Purple robe! Jian Wushuang was a little bit excited. He seemed to have seen the same purple robe before. Among the 9 figures, the leading heavily built middle-aged man looked towards Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face and said, "Master Wushuang, my name is Danjiao, and my young master ordered me to help you." "Danjiao? Young master?" Jian Wushuang grinned. He already knew who they were. Big Brother Wang Yuan. Jian Wushuang tightly clenched his fists, with a flicker of delight on his face. When he first returned to the Dragon Palace, Wang Yuan had given him a big gift, Lin Yin. Although Lin Yin was a purple-masked assassin from Blood Feather Tower, he was quietly captured by Wang Yuan and tortured in a secret chamber for quite a long time. Wang Yuan's ability was pretty frightening. Inside the secret chamber, even the guards were experts in the Yin Void realm. Jian Wushuang was very curious about Wang Yuan's real identity. He believed Wang Yuan must have a strong background. Before Jian Wushuang left to rescue his father, he asked Wang Yuan if he would help. However, Wang Yuan said he couldn't because he was too weak. But now, it seemed that even though he didn't come with them, he still dispatched his experts to help in secret. "Big Brother Wang Yuan, your friendship will be remembered in my heart no matter what," Jian Wushuang thought to himself. While the fierce battle was taking place at the 9 Emperors sect, a huge purple cloud condor was levitating in the air not far away, with its wings flapping. Riding on the condor was a fat man who was eating fruits. This fat man was naturally Jian Wushuang's good brother, Wang Yuan. I thought Wushuang and his comrades could definitely defeat the 9 Emperors sect with their battle formation, but I did not expect Blood Feather Tower to dispatch so many Yin Void Realm experts, Wang Yuan muttered while eating fruits. He had been waiting outside the 9 Emperors sect for a long time, but he had not taken any action since Jian Wushuang and his comrades possessed the advantage. He had not needed to do anything. But when the assassins of Blood Feather Tower appeared, he immediately sent his experts to support them. "Young master, didn't the sect master personally command you not to fight against Blood Feather Tower?" a brown-haired elder, who was levitating beside Wang Yuan, said. The elder looked like he had experienced many of the vicissitudes of life. He had several freckles on his forehead, and it seemed like he had already reached his declining years. "I didn't. I just had Danjiao and several other people block the assassins from Blood Feather Tower instead of killing them, so I did not violate my father's order. What's more, it's just Blood Feather Tower. Even if they are destroyed, what can they do? I don't think they would dare to revolt," Wang Yuan scornfully said. Hearing this, the brown-haired elder next to him shrugged without saying any more. Inside the 9 Emperors sect. "You guys again." Ghost Tiger, the leader of the 6 purple-masked assassins, stared at Danjiao and his comrades, who suddenly appeared with a ferocious light in his eyes. These purple-robed people were by no means unfamiliar to Blood Feather Tower. Just 2 years ago, Blood Feather Tower forced Jian Wushuang to jump into the abyss, and then they suffered a furious revenge. That was definitely the most malicious revenge that Blood Feather Tower had suffered since they were established. At that time, they were indeed about to collapse. However, it was not Dragon Palace that launched this revenge. Although Dragon Palace was strong, they couldn't represent the entire Golden Dragon Palace. While Blood Feather Tower was one of the overlords in Tianzong Dynasty, along with Golden Dragon Palace. However, they did not have an obvious disparity in overall strength. So even if Dragon Palace tried their utmost to seek revenge, Blood Feather Tower could surely handle it. The key reason the revenge was so miserable was the 2 forces who secretly supported them. Between those 2 forces, the purple-robed people were most malicious, and Blood Feather Tower had no way to resist them. These purple-robed people fought fiercely and resolutely, and they had fathomless strength. They made Blood Feather Tower suffer an unprecedented loss, just in 2 months. Blood Feather Tower would be completely destroyed if the purple-robed people had not stopped. Now, after 2 years had passed, facing these purple-robed people again, how could the purple-masked assassins not be terrified and fearful? After all, what they suffered 2 years ago seemed to have just had happened yesterday. "Oh, Blood Feather Tower, it has been 2 years since we last met," Danjio said, smiling lightly with a calm tone. "Don't be afraid. We were only instructed to block you. We do not plan to kill you this time. So you guys had better stay where you are without trying anything. Otherwise, we will be glad to play with you guys. Of course, if we engage a fight with you, I can't guarantee that we will hold back." Hearing this, the 6 purple-masked assassins were seized by rage, and the look in their eyes almost seemed to be burning. However, they had to control their anger, and nobody dared to do anything. After all, there was an obvious disparity in strength when facing these purple-robed figures. In regards to strength, they fought with them 2 years ago, so they clearly understood the strength of these purple-robed people when compared to warriors of the same rank. If they fought head-on, the 6 purple-masked assassins were not the match of the purple-robed people. "Go! Seek help from Sir Greyrobe." Ghost Tiger glanced at one of the purple-masked assassins next to him and said. That purple-masked assassin nodded, and then he turned his hand down. A baby milk bug, the size of a finger, appeared on his hand. This bug was called symbiotic insect. It was not poisonous nor aggressive. However, it had a unique ability, which was live together, die together. Symbiotic insects were born in pairs, and the 2 bugs' lives were tied together. If one died, the other would immediately die too. Some known sects always used symbiotic insect as a unique method for seeking help. That was what this purple-masked assassin was doing. With a surge of spiritual power and a shake of his hand, the symbiotic insect was instantly cut into pieces. As soon as this symbiotic insect died, the other one in Blood Feather Tower base would immediately die as well. The experts in the base would immediately know that their people were in a bad situation, and then they would dispatch more experts to come. Chapter 180, The Meeting. Chapter 180, The Meeting. Ask for help with a symbiotic insect. Danjio smiled coldly. Ignoring the purple mask killers, he turned towards Jian Wushuang. "Master Wushang, Master Yang, and Miss Su Ro, these killers of Blood Feather Tower will surely be stopped by my people. Now you 3, come with me to find whom you want to save," Danju said with a smile. "Thank you so much," Jian Wushuang said gratefully. "You're welcome. We are just following orders," said Danju with a smile. Then he made his way to the hinterland of the 9 emperors sect together with Jian Wushuang and the others. Just as Jian Wushuang and the others were setting off, Ghost Tiger, leader of the 6 purple mask killers, while being watched by the purple-robed persons on top of the void, immediately shouted. So Jian Wushuang, "You've come here to save your father? Haha, but too bad you're destined to be disappointed. Your father is indeed at the 9 Emperors sect. Unfortunately, you won't be able to save him. You can't save him. You're doomed to return with nothing. Haha." Ghost Tiger's laughter resounded through the entire 9 Emperors sect, and Jian Wushuang left with a heavy heart. But he did not give up and instead began to search the 9 Emperors sect. The superiors of the Yin Void realm from the 9 Emperors sect were heavily dealt with or killed. Even those from the Blood Feather Tower were now surrounded by the 8 purple-robed persons and were no match for Jian Wushuang. No one in the 9 Emperors sect could stop him. The 9 Emperors sect is, after all, one of the most bountiful. It would take too much time to search the courtyard lofts one by one, and maybe there are some secret chambers, Jian Wushuang thought with cold eyes. "Mr. Danjio, could I trouble you to catch one of these 9 Emperors sect officials?" said Jian Wushuang. "No trouble at all," Danju replied with a smile as his gaze turned to the side. "Well, there's one right there." The man who caught Danjio's eyes was Ma Qinghai, who just arrived at the battlefield, and was struggling against a golden dragon messenger. Whoosh! Dan Jiu was surrounded by a purple light and summoned in front of Ma Qinghai. What the? Even before he could react, Dan Jiu slapped a shocked Ma Qinghai. An overwhelming power fell over Ma Qinghai's body, and he was swatted onto the ground like a housefly. The ground had torn apart, leaving a large hole. Ma Qinghai struggled to get up from the hole, especially with a foot on his chest. With a determined look in Jian Wushuang's eyes, he coldly stared at Ma Qinghai. "Tell me, where is my father?" Jian Wushuang said in a low, serious tone. "Your father," replied Ma Qinghai, slightly stunned. "My father is Jian Nantian," Jian Wushuang said. "He is locked up in the Nine Emperors sect. You are a high-ranking official of the Yin Void Realm at Nine Emperors sect, one of the top few. You must know where he is. Tell me the truth. Then maybe I can still keep you alive or else." As Ma Qinghai detected the seriousness in Jian Wushuang, he cleared his throat while nodding his head and said, "I know where your father is, and I will take you there. I will take you there now. Lead the way." Jian Wushuang lifted his foot, allowing Ma Qinghai to stand up. Then Ma Qinghai led the way ahead. Though Ma Qinghai was powerful among those of the Yin Void and could walk on air, Jian Wushuang was not worried that Ma Qinghai would escape, as Danjiu kept a close eye on him. Guided by Ma Qinghai, it didn't take long for Jian Wushuang and the others to arrive at the courtyard near the hill. There in the courtyard was Ma Changfeng. Beside him was Jian Nantian, whose face was faint and hair was white, drinking quietly. Jian Wushuang appeared in the courtyard with his eyes sweeping the area. At once he saw the white-haired man seated in the middle, on a stone bench, and drinking. Jian Wushuang was in shock. They hadn't met each other in years. His hair was already silver. His face was fainter than before. However, Jian Wushuang could still recognize that the white-haired man was Jian Nantian, his dignified father who brought him up, the one who taught him swordsmanship and how to be a real man. "Father!" Jian Wushuang said with trembling voice. Jian Nantian, the white-haired man drinking alone, looked towards Jian Wushuang. A light of recognition flashed across his eyes, but soon calmed down like a pool of stagnant water. "You are here," Jian Nantian said calmly. "Come here to sit." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and sat down on a stone bench in front of Jian Nantian. Taking a closer look at Jian Nantian, he was startled. "Father, your breath." Jian Wushuang noticed that Jian Nantian had no spiritual power. Jian Nantian looked like any ordinary person. Only those whose dantian had been destroyed and had their spiritual power taken away appear like this. "Haha, it's nothing serious. My dantian was just broken." Jian Nantian smiled with ease. He was very philosophical about this. "Bastard." Jian Wushuang couldn't help but curse. For a warrior, it is a nightmare for the dantian to be destroyed and have their spiritual power dissipated. His father's dantian was somehow destroyed. "Calm down. Though my dantian was destroyed and the spiritual power lost, there are other ways of survival." Jian Nantian still smiled. He then took out a pot of wine and said, "Have a drink with me." Jian Nantian handed the wine pot to Jian Wushuang. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang took a swig of the wine. "Not bad. Despite not having seen you for 7 years, you're all grown up." Drinking another mouthful, Jian Nantian continued, "I heard you are ranked first on the earthly dragon list now." "Yes," Jian Wushuang nodded. "Is your sword soul completely awakened?" Jian Nantian asked. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded again. "The ancestors' land, have you been there?" Jian Nantian asked calmly. "I spent 2 years in the sword tomb of the ancestors' land. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to accept the test there," Jian Wushuang answered. "It's normal. Generally, those who have reached the Yin Void realm are qualified to accept the tests in the ancestors' land. I could accept the test with just fulfillment of the Golden Pill realm because I was far stronger than the others at the same level, Jian Nantian said. Jian Wushuang understood what he meant. By the way, father, I got to see younger aunt, Jian Wushuang said. Wu Yue. Jian Nantian looked over. I saw her 3 years ago. How is she? She is dead, Jian Wushuang answered. The glistening pupils of Jian Nantian's calm eyes riffled, but in the next moment he sneered and said, Wu Yue is also gone. Shuanger, do you know you bear a bloody feud? Jian Nantian suddenly asked. I do, Jian Wushuang answered coldly. If you know, you have to remember. Looking at Jian Wushuang seriously, Jian Nantian said a few words icily. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Chapter 181 Spirit Locking Spell. Chapter 181 Spirit Locking Spell. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The cold words made Jian Wushuang look awe-inspiring. Master Wushuang, Danjiu suddenly said in the courtyard, several assassins from Blood Feather Tower have called for help with symbiotic insects just now. It won't take long for a large number of experts from Blood Feather Tower to arrive, so we'd better leave as soon as possible. You are right. Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately looked at Jian Nantian. Father, let's go. Go. Jian Nantian shook his head slowly. You can go, but I won't. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. Dan Jiu, Yang Zaishuan, and Su Rou were also astonished. They came to save Jian Nantian, and now they had managed it. However, Jian Nantian didn't want to leave. Father! Jian Wushuang was just about to say something, but he was interrupted by Jian Nantian. There was a bitter smile on Jian Nantian's face. It's not that I don't want to leave, but I can't. After that, Jian Nantian rose to his feet and walked towards the gate of the courtyard. He stopped at the gate and then slowly touched the space in front of him. There immediately appeared several transparent ripples in the area he touched. What's this? Jian Wushuang frowned. Spirit locking spell. Danjiu immediately exclaimed. Oh. Jian Nantian looked at Danjiu and then said with a smile, Yes, it's the spirit locking spell, so I can't leave. Ha! Danjiu breathed lightly and said lowly, I never thought that the Blood Feather Tower paid so much attention to you, mister. Jian Nantian, they not only arranged so many Void Realm experts to watch over you, but even used the spirit locking spell on you. What is this spirit locking spell? What the hell is going on? Jian Wushuang asked in succession. Master Wushuang, I'm afraid that you can't take your father away this time, Danjiu said solemnly. It seems that this courtyard is a common one, but it is surrounded with a spirit locking spell, which is used to detain those who have special positions. Spirit locking spells can be started with just a drop of blood. Once initiated, it will restrict the owner of the blood. Unless the spirit locking spell is removed, anyone trapped by it is unable to leave its scope. Bluntly, it is same as any other trap. But in other traps, once it is activated, no one can enter or leave. This trap is different in that the spirit locking spell only aims at one person. Us, those of the 9 Emperors sect, and the experts of Blood Feather Tower can enter and leave the spirit locking spell whenever we want. Only your father is trapped. Because Blood Feather Tower evoked the spirit locking spell with his blood, your father is restricted by the spell and unable to leave. So that's it. Jian Wushuang immediately got it. No wonder his father was trapped in this courtyard instead of secret chambers or jails. This courtyard was ever harder to escape from than a jail. Mr. Danjiu, you said that the spirit locking spell can be deactivated just now. How can it be deactivated? Jian Wushuang asked. A spirit locking spell can indeed be deactivated, but it requires great strength. Normally, only supreme experts who have reached the legendary realm can deactivate a spirit locking spell, Danjiu said. What's the legendary realm? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Divine transcendence, Dan Jiu said directly. Jian Wushuang was immediately shocked. The way of martial arts, the 7 steps of the spirit path, the spiritual sea, the gold core realm, the yin-yang void realm, and divine transcendence. Among them, the yin-yang void realm was regarded as the peak level in Tianzong dynasty. However, there was a higher level above the yin-yang void realm, which was the legendary transcendental realm. That realm was divine transcendence. However, supreme experts were rare. Tianzong dynasty had undergone thousands of years of history, but there was only one who had truly reached the level of divine transcendence. He was the founding emperor of the Tianzong dynasty and the creator of the formless sword art. But the founding emperor vanished shortly after founding the Tianzong dynasty. Even now, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Could this spirit-locking spell only be deactivated by a supreme expert at the legendary level of divine transcendence? How could this be? How could this be? Jian Wushuang's expression immediately became pale, and his figure trembled slightly, with an unwilling look in his eyes. Of course, he was quite unwilling. Since his father went missing, he had been eager to find his father's whereabouts. 7 years had passed. He finally found his father, and he immediately invited experts from everywhere to come help rescue his father. They even defeated the 9 Emperors sect. And they also stopped the assassins from Blood Feather Tower with the help of Wang Yuan. He finally saw his father, but he did not expect that his father still couldn't leave because of the spirit-locking spell. No wonder that the Blood Feather Tower assassins said that Master Wushuang was doomed to return without accomplishing anything. It turns out they were right. Dan Jiu sighed secretly. Wushuang, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rou also looked at Jian Wushuang with a sort of frown at this moment. Shuanger. Jian Nantian appeared at the side of Jian Wushuang, patting his shoulder, and said, "Glad to see you today. I'm very satisfied with your progress, but if you want to rescue me, your current strength is not enough. Come to rescue me after you break through to the legendary realm." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was in a shock. Reach that step. Seeing this, Ma Qinghai and his son Ma Chongfeng couldn't help sneering. Jian Wushuang, you attacked my 9 Emperors sect with your comrades. Indeed, the experts of the 9 Emperors sect and Blood Feather Tower couldn't stop you, but if you want to rescue your father, it is impossible. Asshole. Jian Wushuang looked at Ma Qinghai coldly, with a rising killing intent. Now, he really wanted to kill this person. However, when he was about to fight, Jian Nantian stopped him. "Let me deal with these 2, Jian Nantian said calmly. "Father." Jian Wushuang was astonished. While Jian Nantian standing in front of the stone table, he picked up the wooden sword lying on the table, and then slowly walked towards Ma Qinghai and Ma Chongfeng. This scene astounded not only Jian Wushuang, but also Dan Jiu, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rou. What does he want to do? Dan Jiu couldn't help murmuring. It seemed that Jian Nantian was going to fight. But Jian Nantian's Dantian had been destroyed. Without a Dantian, he would have no spiritual power. Now he was just an ordinary person who had no spiritual power at all. However, between Ma Qinghai and Ma Chongfeng, one was at the exceptional gold core realm, which was almost strong enough to be on the earthly dragon list, and the other one was a powerful warrior in the initial Yin Void realm. At this moment, Jian Nantian just took an ordinary wooden sword and walked towards the father and son. Chapter 182, Jian Nantian. Chapter 182, Jian Nantian. Jian Nantian, what are you going to do? Ma Qinghai frowned and looked over at him. Ma Qinghai, don't you always want me to teach your son swordsmanship? Jian Nantian said in a deep voice. Ma Qinghai was stunned. Ma Chongfeng, watch carefully. I'll teach you a move. While saying that, the wooden sword in Jian Nanchan's hand was wielded lightly. With no spiritual power, only sword light. The sword light was beautiful, sharp, and charming. Its beauty was intoxicating. When the sword light rushed forward, everyone present, including Jian Wushang and Dan Jiao, were deeply attracted by it and could not take their eyes off of it. This move, Dan Jiao widened his eyes. Meanwhile, in the sword light, there was an unprecedented killing intent that froze the surrounding air. Si Chiyu. The sharp and beautiful sword light appeared in front of Ma Qinghai. With a terrified face, Ma Qinghai hurried to ward it off, only to astoundingly realize it was so fast he couldn't even react to it. He could only helplessly watch the sword light rushing towards him, and then relentlessly passing through his neck. After that, the sword light went on flying towards Ma Chongfeng without decreasing in power. Ma Chongfeng's eyes were round with fear, but he did not have the power to resist, either. The sword light passed through his neck as well. Chi! Chi! After 2 consecutive sounds of the sword edge passing through flesh, the entire yard became completely quiet, silent in death. Jian Wushang, Dan Jiao, Yang Zhaixuan, and Su Rou all witnessed this in astonishment, while Jian Nantian, whom they were staring at, acted as if nothing had happened. He sheathed his sword and then casually and slowly walked towards that stone table. Plop! 2 bodies fell down upon the ground without a life aura. Even in death, Ma Qinghai and his son could not believe what was happening. Let alone them, even Jian Wushuang's party, including Dan Jiao, who had an unusual background and great experience, felt it was totally unbelievable. What did they see? Only with one single sword move, 2 warriors, one in the initial Yin Void realm and the other in the exceptional Gold Core realm, were instantly killed. If the man who wielded the sword was an expert in the Yin Void or Gold Core realm, they would not be astonished at all. But the man who wielded the sword was Jian Nantian. His Dantian had been destroyed, and he had no spiritual power at all. In other words, Jian Nantian was just an ordinary person. But what was the result? The sword move, that incomparably marvelous move, did not use any spiritual power at all, but it killed Ma Qinghai and his son Ma Chongfeng using only the wielder's swordsmanship and his comprehension of sword principle. Moreover, it was a wooden sword. What did that mean? What a monster! Dan Jiao shouted at the bottom of his heart. It was ridiculous enough that Master Wushuang reached such a level at 19 years old. It's unbelievable that his father could be even more monstrous than his son. With a destroyed Dantian, he could still kill a warrior in the initial Yin Void realm with one single sword move, with only his swordsmanship and sword principle comprehension? Oh my God! Both Yang Zhaixuan and Su Rou also crazily swallowed, with their minds going totally blank. Only Jian Wushuang was extremely excited, with flames burning in his eyes at that moment. This man is my father, whom I adored from childhood. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. He had been worshipping his father since long ago. In Sword Pavilion, his father was a legend. Even today, Jian Wushuang's worship towards his father had not even decreased a little, especially now. He witnessed the sword move his father wielded, that startling move. His admiration towards his father became even stronger. This was his father. Even though his Dantian had been destroyed and his spiritual power had dissipated, he was still qualified to be a top expert in the Tianzong dynasty, just by his swordsmanship and sword principle comprehension. I have combined 3 sword essences. In other people's eyes, my achievements are defied common sense. However, compared with my father, my talent is nothing at all, Jian Wushuang said to himself. He completely understood that if his Dantian had been destroyed and he had no spiritual power, he might be able to kill a common warrior of the Gold Core realm with only his swordsmanship and sword essences. Even so, it would be a tough fight, even though he used a wonderful weapon like the triple kill sword. To kill a warrior of initial Een Void realm with only a wooden sword was impossible for him. In sword principle, his father was far stronger than him. At this moment, Jian Nantian had sat down on that stone bench and was drinking wine again. He shot a glance at Jian Wushuang and distantly said, "Go, enhance your strength. The current you still have a long way to go." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and barely calmed down. Then he immediately kneeled down and respectfully presented Jian Nantian 3 loud kowtows. After that, he stood up and solemnly said, "I'll come back to rescue you soon. Then I'll have a good drink with you, father." Jian Nantian slightly smiled and waved his hand. "Go! Go!" Jian Wushuang just turned around and left with absolute determination. Dan Jiao, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou closely followed him. Only Jian Nantian was left, quietly sitting on the stone bench and drinking alone, but his eyes became gloomy and faint. "Woman, can you see? Our son. He has grown up." After leaving the yard where Jian Nantian was imprisoned, Jian Wushuang's face became cold. He said nothing, while none of the 3 people following him, Dan Jiao, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou, said anything. The atmosphere was a little dreary. They quickly appeared again at the battlefield of 9 Emperors' Sect. But the fierce fighting in 9 Emperors' Sect had already finished. Among the 8 Een Void experts from the 9 Emperors' Sect, 5 were already dead, and 3 were seriously injured. Only that upper elder still had a little power remaining. The other 2 were crippled. As for the 6 purple-masked assassins, they were surrounded by the purple-robed people and were unable to do anything. When Jian Wushuang returned to the battlefield, Ghost Tiger, the leader of the purple-masked assassins, immediately laughed. "I said you were doomed to be unable to rescue your father this time. What about now?" Jian Wushuang stared at Ghost Tiger with an icy face. "Who destroyed my father's Dantian?" "Dantian." Ghost Tiger coldly laughed and said, "Haha, of course I destroyed it myself. There was no other way. When I caught your father, he had broken through to the Een Void realm. What's more important, his comprehension of sword essence was too high. His strength was far stronger than yours today. If I didn't destroy his Dantian, I was afraid that even I could not easily get close to him, so I had to do it. You are called Ghost Tiger, right?" Jian Wushuang gazed at Ghost Tiger. "Yes," Ghost Tiger nodded. "I will kill you the next time we meet." Several cold words came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth. A cold light flashed in Ghost Tiger's eyes, but he only coldly smiled. "Let's go." Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the surrounding Golden Dragon ambassadors nodded. Then they all rushed out of the 9 Emperors' Sect. Chapter 183, 2 months. Chapter 183, 2 months. In the air outside of the 9 Emperors' Sect. "Young master." A purple-robed figure suddenly appeared beside Wang Yuan and respectfully said, "Greyrobe from Bloodfeather Tower is coming in person, and he will arrive here in several minutes." "So fast?" With a frown, Wang Yuan casually threw away the fruit he had been eating and ordered, "Dan Wu, go stop them. I'll go after my 3rd brother." "Yes," the brown-haired elder beside Wang Yuan answered, and then his figure instantly disappeared from the air. "Little Condor, let's go." Wang Yuan patted the purple cloud condor under him. The purple cloud condor flapped its wings and flew towards the 9 Emperors' Sect. Jian Wushuang and his comrades had just come out of the 9 Emperors' Sect. 3rd brother. Riding on the purple cloud condor, Wang Yuan turned up in front of Jian Wushuang. "Eldest brother," Jian Wushuang said with a forced smile, "where is your father? He isn't in the 9 Emperors' Sect?" Wang Yuan was puzzled. "Young master," Danjiao said, "Master Wushuang's father is in the 9 Emperors' Sect, but he is trapped in a spirit locking spell, so—" "Spirit locking spell?" Wang Yuan widened his eyes. With his background, of course he knew about the spirit locking spell. He realized right away why Jian Wushuang had not successfully rescued his father. The experts from the Blood Feather Tower are coming. Let's leave first, Jian Wushuang said. We must leave right now, Wang Yuan seriously said and nodded. Then they left the scope of 9, Right Mountain, very quickly. Soon after they left, Greyrobe arrived with as many as 10 purple-masked assassins. Naturally, they found nobody. When Greyrobe saw Jian Nantian was still imprisoned in that yard, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jian Nantian is extremely important to our Blood Feather Tower. Tower Master specially paid a high price to get a spirit locking spell at that time to imprison him. Now it looks like Tower Master is really far-sighted, Greyrobe conceitedly replied and laughed. Soon after leaving 9 Ring Mountain, Jian Wushuang and others stopped in the air. Jian Wushuang thanked the 7 Golden Dragon ambassadors. Thank you for your help this time. Although I was unable to save my father in the end, I will still remember this debt of gratitude. Brother Wushuang, we weren't actually of any help this time, said Yirafeng while spreading out his hands. Yes, we fought against the experts of 9 Emperors' sect, but we failed to rescue your father in the end, Shui Mingho also said. They exchanged courteous words. After all, these Golden Dragon ambassadors also felt regret. Although they had put forth their strength, they did not really rescue Jian Wushuang's father. Hence, they could not receive Jian Wushuang's full gratitude. At most, they would get a small debt of gratitude. Since the matter has passed, we'll leave now. The 7 Golden Dragon ambassadors quickly left, one by one. Having said goodbye to the Golden Dragon ambassadors, the 4 siblings, Jian Wushuang, Wang Yuan, Yang Zhaixuan, and Su Rou, went back to the Dragon Palace. Soon after they arrived, Palace Master White came to talk with Jian Wushuang. I have heard the story. I never thought Blood Feather Tower attached such great importance to your father. They not only secretly arrange 6 powerful purple-masked assassins to guard your father, but also use the spirit locking spell to imprison him, said Palace Master White. I did not expect that either. Jian Wushuang frowned. It's troublesome. Palace Master White slightly narrowed her eyes and continued saying, only a legendary expert that has reached divine transcendence could break the spirit locking spell. In the entire Tianzong dynasty, only one man has actually reached that level. Jian Wushuang's expression darkened. He also knew that, so he felt worried at the bottom of his heart. I'm cultivating the heavenly creation skill, and it's possible to reach that level one day. However, it's just a chance, and it might take a very long time, Jian Wushuang thought solemnly. Actually, Jian Wushuang, if you want to rescue your father now, there might be a way, Palace Master White suddenly said. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked over at Palace Master White. Don't forget that the easternmost hunt will begin in 2 months. All 12 northwestern dynasties will participate in the hunt, and many experts from those old sects will be there, said Palace Master White. Perform well in the easternmost hunt and attract the attention of the old sects. There should be someone who has reached divine transcendence in the old sections. As long as you become a disciple of an old sect, you'll have a chance to approach those transcendental beings. If you are lucky to become a personal disciple of a transcendental being, it will be easy to ask your master to help save your father, won't it? On hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. That's true. There must be some experts who have reached divine transcendence in those old sections. As long as I perform excellently in the easternmost hunt, I'll get the chance to enter those old sects and even become a disciple of one of those supreme experts. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sparkling with a dazzling light. Previously, he was looking forward to this easternmost hunt, but he did not yearn for it so strongly. But now things had changed. During the easternmost hunt in 2 months, he would do his best to perform well. It's good that you've come around to the idea. There's still 2 months before the easternmost hunt. Prepare well in these 2 months. Anyway, the easternmost hunt is not the same as the selection battle, Palace Master White warned. Although you have incomparable talent, it is only in Tianzong Dynasty. In the easternmost hunt, there are other exceptional geniuses from as many as 11 other dynasties. At that time, you will meet them. I understand. Jian Wushuang tightly clenched his fists and heavily nodded. Palace Master White departed shortly after that, leaving Jian Wushuang standing there with unprecedented determination in his eyes. 2 months. I still have 2 months. In these 2 months, I have to improve my strength as much as possible. Having decided, Jian Wushuang immediately fell into earnest cultivation. However, it was not practical for the current Jian Wushuang to greatly improve his strength in such a short period. He knew that himself. After all, his strength was already very terrifying, and there were only 2 ways to enhance it further. Either a breakthrough to the exceptional gold core realm, or in sword essence comprehension, combining the sword essence of earth with the other 3 sword essences, combining all 4 sword essences together, then his strength would achieve a whole new level. In both spiritual power and sword essence comprehension, he had found himself stuck at a bottleneck. It would not be easy for him to make a breakthrough. Having a breakthrough depended on opportunity and timing, so it was impossible to guess when it would happen. When the timing was right, he would naturally make a breakthrough. Since his cultivation of spiritual power and the comprehension of sword essence were both hard to enhance, Jian Wushuang spent all his energy on his swordsmanship. Chapter 184, The Hunt Begins. Chapter 184, The Hunt Begins. As for his swordsmanship, all Jian Wushuang could do now was to improve his understanding of the formless sword art and selfless sword technique. The 9th move of the formless sword art had high requirements for sword essence comprehension. Jian Wushuang was at the threshold of understanding it based on his comprehension in fiery wind sword essence. What he needed to do now was mediate on the 9th move. The selfless sword technique originated from the ancestors' land, so it was high-level sword skill. Although he only had the first half volume, with only 6 of the sword moves, the power was still extraordinarily powerful. He had fully mastered the first move, idealistic form, and the second move, solipsistic form. As for the third move, sky isolating form, more studying was needed. In the following 2 months, he spent all his time meditating these sword arts. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Over 10 griffins flew through the air at an amazing speed, quickly halting and then hovering above a vast plain. Is this the easternmost plain? Jian Wushuang asked as he raised his head and looked at the endless plain in front of him. The easternmost plain was a vast area located at the center of the 12 northwestern dynasties. It bordered the 12 dynasties. The easternmost hunt was held here every decade. Beside Jian Wushuang were the other 14 warriors who were attending the easternmost hunt. These geniuses looked at the easternmost plain with expectations. Bailey Chin, I heard that you made a breakthrough. Congratulations, a beautiful and mischievous girl spoke while looking at Bailey Chin. She was Mu Yingying, who was ranked 3rd on the earthly dragon list. Haha, a stroke of luck, Bailey Chin said while smiling modestly. During the last 2 months, all the geniuses who were qualified to attend the hunt had been trying their best to enhance their strength. Among them, Bailey Chen improved the most because he had a breakthrough in spiritual power in the last 2 months. In the end, he chose to suppress his realm, but his strength had reached half-step Yin-Yang realm, the same as Ouyang Haoyin. However, Bailey Chen's essence comprehension was much greater than Ouyang Haoyin's. Now that he had reached half-step Yin-Yang as well, Bailey Chen was much stronger than Ouyang Haoyin. Your real strength must be close to Jian Wushuang's, now that have reached half-step Yin-Yang, right? Mu Yingying said, smilingly, You are flattering me. Bailey Chin shook his head and said, I know my strength clearly. Though I'm much stronger than before, I am still much weaker than a monster like Jian Wushuang. Bailey Qin knew himself well enough. He couldn't forget the amazing battle between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yin 2 months ago. Even though he made a breakthrough, he knew that he still couldn't win against Jian Wushuang or Shui Yin. Moreover, even though his breakthrough greatly enhanced his strength during the last 2 months, Jian Wushuang should have improved as well. The 15 geniuses who were attending the easternmost hunt were chatting. Suddenly, a golden figure landed in front of them. It was the golden-armored general who hosted the selection battle. "Greetings, sir!" Jian Wushuang and other 14 geniuses shouted together. With a cold look on his face and a frightening aura radiating from his body, the golden-armored general said, "In 1 more hour the easternmost hunt will begin. I am here to tell you the rules before then. The easternmost hunt has 2 phases. The stage 1 is the hunt, and stage 2 is the point battle in Sky Valley. First, I will tell you about stage 1, the hunt." Jian Wushuang and other 14 geniuses listened carefully. The golden-armored general continued, "Since it's a hunting competition, it means that you are hunters. But your target is human warriors instead of spirit beasts. The vast plain in front of you is located on the border of the 12 dynasties. Because the easternmost plain connects the 12 dynasties, so a lot of merchants pass through here. Many traders from the 12 dynasties have to pass through the easternmost plain. It attracts criminals who set up bandit gangs and rob the caravans that come through. The easternmost plain is full of bandits, including many criminals who fled here because they were wanted by the 12 dynasties. This time, those fugitives are your targets." "Fugitives?" Jian Wushuang and the others changed their expressions a little. In this world where the stronger dominate, it's normal for warriors to fight with each other. Therefore, it's also common for warriors to kill each other during fierce battles. Jian Wushuang, as young as he was, had already killed many warriors. But the battles that occurred among warriors didn't cause them to be wanted by the dynasties. Only crazy and cruel people who committed a flagrant crime would be wanted, such as killing lots of civilians. Anyway, anyone who was wanted by the dynasties was thoroughly covered in sin. The easternmost plain is vast, and the number of fugitives who flee here from 12 dynasties to become bandits is quite large. But they all have one thing in common. They all wear armlets with "kill" written on them, the golden-armored general said. "Armlets with 'kill' on them?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. "The 'kill' armlet exposes their identities," the golden-armored general said. "So they don't dare to wear the armlets in the 12 dynasties, but they do in the easternmost plain. There are a lot of bandits in the easternmost plain. They are the worst of the worst fugitives who cause chaos. What's more, they are proud of being fugitives. Therefore, many of them possess high status in bandit gangs." That's it. Jian Wushuang immediately understood. They were proud of being fugitives. That's why they wore the kill armlets at all times. The hunt will last for 5 days. You have to try your best to kill the fugitives and grab their armlets in these 5 days. In 5 days, the quantity of armlets and their levels will decide whether you are qualified to proceed to stage 2, the point battle, the golden-armored general said. "Sir, how many armlets do we need to continue on to the second stage?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Oh, Chapter 185, The Rampant Bandit. Chapter 185, The Rampant Bandit. There are 4 kinds of kill armlets, arranged according to the fugitive's strength and the crimes they have committed. Black iron, silver, purple gold, and blood jade," the golden-armored general explained. Different armlets represent different points. For example, a silver armlet is worth several black iron armlets. As for how many points are needed, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. "You can't tell us?" Jian Wushuang and others were stunned. "Yes," the golden-armored general said. "The 12 dynasties do not want you to know the required amount. They wanted you to know nothing. That way you will try your best to get as many armlets as possible. Got it. Jian Wushuang nodded, slightly with a serious expression. Besides that, there is one more thing you need to know. The golden-armored general continued. The hunt is a personal fight, which means you have to act alone and are forbidden from joining together. Also, the armlets you get cannot be given to others. From the very beginning of the easternmost hunt, the whole easternmost plain will be under strict surveillance by experts from the 12 dynasties. If anyone tries to give their armlets to someone else, both people will be eliminated. That's all. Am I understood? If you have any questions, ask me now. The golden-armored general looked at them. Jian Wushuang and other 14 geniuses looked serious. In the hunting phase, they had to act alone, and their armlets couldn't be given to others. Sir, will we come across other top geniuses of the 12 dynasties in these 5 days? Jian Wushuang asked. You shouldn't. The golden-armored general shook his head and said, The easternmost plain is vast, and the warriors from the 12 dynasties set off from their own dynasties. It's hard to come across them, since they all came here from different directions. Surely we can't exclude the possibility that some geniuses might purposely come looking for you. And what about the Sky Valley Point battle in Stage 2? Mu Yingying asked. Sky Valley Point battle. You will find out after you pass the first stage. It's pointless to tell you now. The golden-armored general waved his hand, making it clear that he wasn't going to explain. All of them felt great pressure. 1 hour passed quickly. Time is up. The golden-armored general looked up into the air and then looked at Jian Wushuang and the others before saying, The easternmost hunt starts now. Keep in mind, you are the top geniuses of Tianzong Dynasty. Put on a good show for yourselves as well as for Tianzong Dynasty. Go. The 15 griffins immediately flew out like 15 streams of flowing light, rushing towards the endless plain. Second brother, fourth sister, take care. Guys, good luck. Jian Wushuang said. Good luck, said the other geniuses. Then they separated and started their own hunting trip. In the vast plain, Jian Wushuang hopped off from the griffin and landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked off into the distance. This is like the middle of nowhere in the easternmost plain. The bandits should all gather somewhere here. Jian Wushuang slightly smiled. When will I meet you? Unlike the caravans, who prayed not to meet bandits when they passed through the easternmost plain, Jian Wushuang was hoping to meet them. He walked alone in the plain with his long sword on his back. At the same time, several figures gathered together and talked in a grassy area not far away. Wow! You know, the second leader's wife is so beautiful, with her sparkling eyes and slim waist. I have been in the mountain stronghold for such a long time, but I have only seen her twice, and each time I could not help but drool. A fat, middle-aged, bare-armed man was chatting with several bandits. Hearing what he said, the bandits around him could not help but swallow. And of course, beautiful as she is, she cannot be compared to White Lady, the fat middle-aged man said. White Lady, the greatest beauty recognized in the easternmost plain, White Lady. I heard the White Lady was strong and that she was also the leader of a bandit gang. Other bandits, sitting nearby, were talking about the same thing. Right, that is her. I met her once, and I fell in love with her at first sight. I swear I will not marry anyone but her, the fat middle-aged man said. Really? You sure you are not exaggerating? Is she such a beauty? Haha, I also met her once. She really is a beauty, and I also want to marry her. Go away. She is mine. The fat middle-aged man was displeased. At this time, Brother Tang, a bandit, rushed forward and told the fat middle-aged man, Someone is coming. Oh! The fat middle-aged man changed his expression slightly, then immediately stood up and asked, How many people? Is it a caravan? No, it is only one person in the profound gold core realm, the bandit answered. A single warrior in the profound gold core realm. The fat, middle-aged man apparently lost interest, but he still said, "A small sparrow still has feathers that can be plucked. Hurry up! Surround him and make sure he can't escape." The bandits moved quickly and soon caught sight of Jian Wushuang walking alone in a casual manner. It's really only one person. The fat, middle-aged man's face showed an interesting smile. A warrior in the gold core realm dares to come to the easternmost plane alone. You truly are reckless and blind. Guys, go, let's teach him a lesson. The bandits who followed the middle-aged man were excited. You stop! A shout was heard. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked toward him. When he saw the fat, middle-aged man moving in his direction, he smiled to himself. The first group of bandits has come. But they are too weak, and none of them are fugitives. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He had noticed that no one, among the almost 10 bandits, wore an armlet. Without armlets, it was pointless for Jian Wushuang to kill them. Maybe I could get an armlet for killing them, but I might gain some useful information if I let them talk. Thinking that, Jian Wushuang walked directly towards the fat middle-aged man and the others. Chapter 186. Could he be cooler? Chapter 186. Could he be cooler? Hey, kid! The fat middle-aged man shouted to Jian Wushuang, "Where are you from?" Jian Wushuang stood in front of the fat middle-aged man indifferently, saying nothing. Don't want to speak? It seems like you don't belong anywhere. The fat middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, "Hey, listen up. I will give you 2 choices. One is to let me kill you and take your interspatial ring, and you try to perform better in your next life. The other is to go back with me and meet our first leader. First leader may be willing to keep you there to serve him tea, since your appearance is not bad. Even if he doesn't like you, you could stay in the Purple Fire Gang and offer us massages. That would also be great." "Ha ha!" Hearing that, the bandits behind the fat middle-aged man all began to laugh. "Kid, these are your only 2 choices, so pick one," the fat middle-aged man said coldly. "Serve tea? Offer massages?" Jian Wushuang touched his nose without saying anything, but the long sword behind him was already out. "Si Chiyu." When Jian Wushuang moved, sword lights rushed directly towards the bandits. The bandits were immediately annoyed. "You are courting death. He dares to attack us alone. He's so uppity. Let's kill him." Kill. These bandits had killed many people, making them cruel and fierce. Now that they started to attack, they wouldn't show any mercy. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. When his figure was about to clash with the bandits, his swordsmanship burst out directly. A cold sword shadow could be seen lighting up suddenly. Then the light instantly overshadowed all the other lights in the area. This sword move! The moment Jian Wushuang's long sword slashed out, the bandits' faces turned pale, and then... Chi! The cold sword light swept through the bandits, and the sword edge slit their throats. With just a single exchange, all of the bandits except the leading fat middle-aged man had died and were laying in a pool of blood. Next, the sword edge of the triple kill sword appeared on the fat middle-aged man's shoulder. "You, fat man, did you mention earlier that you wanted to teach me the ways of the world?" Jian Wushuang looked at the fat middle-aged man coldly, and at the same time he clapped his long sword. Plop! The fat middle-aged man knelt down without hesitation and begged, "Sir, I failed to recognize how powerful you are and I deserve to die. But I need to support the children and elderly in my family. May I beg for your mercy?" Hearing that, Jian Wushuang went into a daze. He had seen many people who were afraid of death, but he never saw anyone like this fat man. "Sir!" The fat man was still crying with his nose running. "Shut up!" Jian Wushuang shouted angrily. The fat middle-aged man was frightened and dared not speak any more, but he kept looking at Jian Wushuang pitifully. "I will ask you something, and you need to answer truthfully," Jian Wushuang said coldly. "Of course I will. No matter what you ask, I won't hide anything. I swear. I only want to beg for your mercy," the fat middle-aged man said. "You mentioned the first leader and the Purple Fire Gang just now. So you are a member of the Purple Fire Gang. What is its overall strength?" asked Jian Wushuang. "Our overall strength." The middle-aged man was puzzled at first, but he immediately answered the question. "Sir, there are several hundred people in the Purple Fire Gang, and many of them are in the Gold Core Realm. We have 2 leaders, and both of them are in the initial Een Void Realm. In the whole easternmost plane, the Purple Fire Gang is a famous gang." "Gang?" Jian Wushuang could not help laughing as he asked, "Aren't you just bandits?" Hearing that, the fat middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. "Are there any fugitives that are wanted by the surrounding 12 dynasties in the Purple Fire Gang?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Fugitives? Yes." The fat middle-aged man nodded. "The second leader of the Purple Fire Gang is a silver-level fugitive. Other than him, we have 4 more who are at the level of black iron. It is easy to tell them apart, since they are always wearing an armlet. 1 at the silver level and 1 at the black iron." Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Take me to the stronghold of the Purple Fire Gang. Now, with you alone?" The fat middle-aged man stared at Jian Wushuang stunningly. "Shut up, just lead the way," Jian Wushuang said with a serious look. Naturally, the fat middle-aged man dared not say more, and immediately led the way for Jian Wushuang. Actually, the stronghold of the Purple Fire Gang was located on a hill in the easternmost plain, composed of simple houses and tents. At that moment, the stronghold of the Purple Fire Gang was very boisterous. Many bandits were busy enjoying meat and alcohol. Abruptly, a fat figure was thrown like a cannonball, landing on the floor and shaking the whole area. Obviously, the fat figure was the fat middle-aged man who had been caught by Jian Wushuang. "Fat Tang, what the hell are you doing?" Many bandits of the Purple Fire Gang looked towards the fat middle-aged man. The fat middle-aged man struggled to stand up without saying anything. He looked over his shoulder. Jian Wushuang, who only carried his long sword, folded his arms and slowly walked forward. The bandits immediately looked at Jian Wushuang, including the 2 people at the forefront, who were the 2 leaders of the Purple Fire Gang. One of them was a cold man with braids, wearing an armlet with the word "kill" written on it. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up when he saw the armlet. "Are you the second leader of the Purple Fire Gang? I want the armlet on your arm." As his voice faded, the triple kill sword behind Jian Wushuang was already out. A horrifying sword essence instantly began radiating from him. Without speaking any nonsense, Jian Wushuang immediately attacked the cold man with braids. The Purple Fire Gang instantly fell into turmoil. "A little fellow who's only in the profound Gold Core realm wants to kill me," the cold man with braids said while smiling disdainfully. "I don't know where this reckless and stupid guy come from, but send him away immediately," a purple-haired old man said while frowning. The purple-haired old man was the first leader of the Purple Fire Gang. The 2 sat in front of the table and drank, paying no attention to Jian Wushuang. However, many bandits around them were preparing to fight against Jian Wushuang. The fat middle-aged man who led the way for Jian Wushuang was stunned at this scene. This guy, a brat who just reached the profound Gold Core realm, actually dared to come to the stronghold of the Purple Fire Gang alone. What's more, he immediately attacked without even speaking any nonsense. Did he intend to kill our second leader? Dared he to be cooler? The fat middle-aged man shouted in his heart, but a hint of astonishment instantly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 187, Tang Wuji. Chapter 187, Tang Wuji. What? Sitting by a long, narrow table, the lukewarm man with a whip did not take Jian Wushuang seriously at first, but he immediately noticed the cold radiance of the sword that appeared in front of him. "Bro, watch out!" The purple-haired elder next to him shouted aloud, looking completely shocked as well. Jian Wushuang had taken action just now while surrounded by a crowd of bandits that were trying to kill him. However, how could he appear in front of them so suddenly? Although still in amazement, the lukewarm man with a whip noticed more than 10 bandit corpses out of the corner of his eye. Did this profound gold core realm warrior really kill all those bandits in an instant? Bang! After a cold hum, the long, narrow table in front of the man was instantly ground into dust. At this point, he immediately stood up and thrust his palm directly towards Jian Wushuang. His palm was surrounded by a brown halo which was the substantiation of the earth essence that he had comprehended. A fierce slap rushed forward, full of spiritual power from an initial void realm warrior. Normally, this slap could have easily killed someone at the peak gold core realm, let alone the profound gold core realm. However, when the cold radiance of the sword reached him, shwa! The sword directly pierced the man's palm without any resistance, slicing his palm in half before it went through the lukewarm man's neck, while maintaining a constant radiance. The lukewarm man glared, with eyes that were full of amazement, but his figure was slowly falling backward. Damn it, Wushuang! As soon as the purple-haired elder, the head of the Purple Fire Gang, saw this, a stunningly large axe appeared in his hand and a giant axe shadow cleaved towards Jian Wushuang in an overwhelming way. Go away! Even without looking at the purple-haired elder, Jian Wushuang waved his sword, which made the elder feel a strong power, causing his breath and blood to be in disorder. Feeling embarrassed, he finally retreated. After retreating, he hurried to jump up into the air. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang again from a relatively high position. His eyes were full of panic, and he did not dare to stand on the ground anymore. Void walk. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. A void realm warrior could not be killed as long as he used void walk, but the purple-haired elder was originally not his target. From the beginning, he wanted to kill that lukewarm man, and he had. Silver armlet. Jian Wushuang only waved his hand, taking away the man's armlet and interspatial ring. Then he started to look around. There are still 4 more, wearing a sardonic grin. Jian Wushuang went directly towards them. Chi, 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 chi. This slight sound was heard 4 times in succession. Those 4 bandits with black iron armlets were killed by Jian Wushuang, leaving behind their armlets for him. From the very beginning to the end, the first leader of the Purple Fire Gang was standing in the air, not daring to get involved. A large number of bandits surrounded Jian Wushuang, watching him in total horror but not daring to take action. However, Jian Wushuang did not care about these bandits at all, including the purple-haired elder of the Void realm, whom he did not even take seriously. When he got all the armlets, he sheathed the triple-kill sword. Then Jian Wushuang turned around with all the bandits staring at him. When he passed the fat middle-aged man, he suddenly halted. Looking at that man, he said with a smile, "Fat man, why don't you run away? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you alive?" After finishing his words, Jian Wushuang left. The middle-aged man glared and then spontaneously looked up at the purple-haired elder, only to find that his eyes were full of endless killing intent. The bandits around him were also staring at him. The fat middle-aged man's throat began swelling, then he scratched and scrambled towards Jian Wushuang without hesitation. "Sir, sir." This fat middle-aged man yelled in anxiety, but he quickly changed how he addressed him. "No, boss. Please wait." Jian Wushuang and this man quickly left the residence of the Purple Fire Gang. In the boundless plain, Jian Wushuang was moving slowly, with a fat man following him. "Fatty, what is your name?" asked by Jian Wushuang. "Tang Wuji," the man answered. "Where are you from?" "From Tianzong Dynasty," Tang Wuji gave an honest reply. "Tianzong Dynasty?" Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly, but there was a more apparent grin on his face. "I come from Tianzong Dynasty as well. Since you have reached the exceptional Gold Core realm, you are supposed to be an expert in the Tianzong Dynasty. So, how did you become a bandit in Easternmost Plain?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I had no choice," Tang Wuji helplessly said. "A group of my enemies was trying to kill me, so I had to leave. I had planned to travel to another dynasty, only to run into the bandits of the Purple Fire Gang when I arrived in Easternmost Plain. Fortunately, I have a silver tongue and tried my best to please them so that I could keep my life. Since then, I have been staying with the Purple Fire Gang." "Is that true?" Jian Wushuang frowned and said, "You mentioned that you were faced with a group of enemies. I wonder who they were or which group they belonged to." "It was the 9 Emperors sect," Tang Wuji said. When he mentioned it, his voice instantly became cold and there was a sharp light shining in his eyes, which made him look totally different from his previous image, when he was mortally afraid of dying. The 9 Emperors sect. Jian Wushuang became more astonished. What a coincidence! When he came to hunt in the easternmost plain, the first person he met was this fatty. Not only were both of them from Tianzong Dynasty, but more importantly, they had the same enemy. After all, the 9 Emperors sect was complicit with the Blood Feather Tower, which made them enemies with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang quickly came to a conclusion. Tang Wuji belonged to the Pavilion of Raindrops, from Tiannan Province. The Pavilion of Raindrops was known for its ability to collect news from every corner of the city, which made it reputable in Tiannan Province. As for Tang Wuji, he must be the young master from the Pavilion of Raindrops. 3 years ago, the Pavilion of Raindrops and the 9 Emperors sect fought each other because of some benefits, leading to their destruction by the 9 Emperors sect. Then, the young master was chased by the 9 Emperors sect, forcing him to become a bandit in the easternmost plain. Tang Wuji, since you have stayed in the easternmost plain for almost 3 years, you must be very familiar with these bandit groups, right? Asked by Jian Wushuang. Of course, Tang Wuji nodded with certainty and said, "I, as the young master of the Pavilion of Raindrops, which was best at intelligence, received strict training. Although my power isn't the best, when it comes to intelligence, there is no bandit in the whole easternmost plain that is better than me." "Good," said Jian Wushuang with a grin. "So you can just stay with me for the following days." Chapter 188, Provocation. Chapter 188, Provocation. In the coming days, Jian Wushuang continued to hunt in the easternmost plain, while Tang Wuji sincerely followed him and provided him with information about the other bandits. It should be mentioned that Tang Wuji was a worthy member of the Pavilion of Raindrops, who was very good at collecting information. What he provided was amazingly precise. Jian Wushuang dealt with the gangs of bandits, one by one according to Tang Wuji's information. He directly broke into the dens of those bandits, killed the fugitives who had armlets in a simple and brutal way, and then left. Among the many bandits in the easternmost plain, only a few of them were able to threaten Jian Wushuang. With his strength and precise information, he didn't need to be so cautious. For days passed in the blink of an eye. At night, the stars were glowing, shining on the boundless plain. Jian Wushuang casually sat cross-legged with a slightly serious expression. "Tomorrow is the last day of the hunt, but I don't know if I have enough armlets," Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The toughest part was the unclear specification of the hunting in Stage 1. No matter how many armlets you had, you would attempt to kill more fugitives and get more armlets so that you could feel relieved. Tang Wuji, Jian Wushuang, looked over at the man who was snoring in his sleep. Tang Wuji instantly woke up with a start and asked, "Boss, is there anything I can do for you?" "Today you mentioned that there is a gang of bandits which are led by a blood jade fugitive. Is that right?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Exactly." Tang Wuji nodded and said, "I heard this from the first leader of the Purple Fire Gang. That man is named Gu Changsheng, a high-profile person who always invites famous bandits to his feasts. The first leader of the Purple Fire Gang had ever been to the feast and knew Gu Changsheng was a blood jade fugitive." Jian Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "Generally speaking, blood jade fugitives reach the profound Yin Void realm, with only a few of them reaching the exceptional Yin Void realm. But what level is Gu Changsheng at?" "The peak of the profound Yin Void realm," Tang Wuji answered. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "All right. Tomorrow, Gu Changsheng is our target." "Okay." Tang Wuji immediately nodded with excitement. An ordinary person would definitely think Jian Wushuang had gone mad when he, a warrior at the profound Gold Core realm, vainly attempted to deal with a warrior at the peak profound Yin Void realm. But Tang Wuji didn't. After all, while following Jian Wushuang these last 4 days, he had witnessed Jian Wushuang kill many strong bandits one by one, even though he was only in the profound Gold Core realm. The bandits in the initial Yin Void realm were almost killed by Jian Wushuang with a single move. Even counting warriors in the profound Yin Void realm, Jian Wushuang had killed 3 in these last 4 days. Moreover, he directly broke into their dens and killed them under the siege of a large number of bandits. Since he was able to kill warriors of the profound Yin Void realm, even while surrounded, he was also able to kill those warriors in the peak profound Yin Void realm. The next morning, there were a lot of bandits gathering around the villages in the easternmost plain. Good liquor and gourmet food were placed on the long, narrow tables. Several beautiful women who were caught were dancing in the center of the room. "Come on, White Lady, a toast to you since it is so hard to meet you," said a strapping and intelligently dressed elder with a smile who held a bowl of liquor. "First Leader Gu, I should toast to you," said the absolutely beautiful lady in white, as she slightly smiled and picked up the bowl. Many bandits had been charmed by her every movement. However, suddenly, bang! The door of the village was kicked open and a middle-aged man with a round belly entered. That was Tang Wuji. As soon as he entered the village, he directly yelled in a swaggeringly way, "Where is Gu Changsheng? My boss asks me to leave you a message." Many bandits in the village immediately looked towards Tang Wuji, including Gu Changsheng and White Lady. "What?" While looking at Gu Changsheng, Tang Wuji instantly grinned and said, "Gu Changsheng, my boss is interested in your head and would like to compete with you in the 10-mile plain. He is already waiting there. If you are afraid of death, you can stay here." After finishing his words, Tang Wuji paid no attention to their responses as he immediately turned around and left. The atmosphere of the village instantly became depressing. Humph! Gu Changsheng looked gloomy. Spiritual power burst from his palm that was holding the bowl, immediately causing the bowl to crack. "I'm going to see who the hell he is." Then Gu Changsheng immediately void-walked and violently rushed in the direction which Tang Wuji left. White Lady and many other bandits immediately followed him. In a vacant field, not far away from the village, sat Jian Wushuang, who carried the long sword. Shortly afterward, Tang Wuji came trotting and yelling, "Boss, he is coming. Gu Changsheng is coming." Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. When a giant figure rushed toward him from the front air, he spontaneously showed a cold smile. Jian Wushuang stood up while Tang Wuji dodged behind him. Whoosh! It was Gu Changsheng, the giant figure, suddenly descended with many bandits following. "Fat guy, where is your boss?" Gu Changsheng coldly looked at Tang Wuji. "My boss is right here." Tang Wuji pointed to Jian Wushuang. Gu Changsheng then looked over at Jian Wushuang. After observing that the aura from Jian Wushuang was of the profound gold core realm, his bleak eyes suddenly lit up. How dare you fool me? Gu Changsheng, Jian Wushuang started to speak in an icy voice. He did not fool you. It is I that wanted to compete with you, and I'm really interested in taking your head. The triple kill sword had been drawn from behind Jian Wushuang, and an overwhelming sword essence was slowly being released. Having seen this, the gang of bandits following Gu Changsheng wore an awkward look. Tang Wuji was at least a warrior in the exceptional gold core realm. However, Jian Wushuang was only in the profound gold core realm. Was a warrior of the profound gold core realm interested in the head of an expert who reached the peak profound Yin void realm? Had he gone crazy? However, Jian Wushuang didn't care about it at all. With a flash of icy cold sword light, he had taken action. Go to hell! Gu Changsheng kept still with a bleak face, but his spiritual power had transformed into a sharp blade, violently rushing toward Jian Wushuang. Chapter 189, Sky Valley. Chapter 189, Sky Valley. The flashing cold sword light crashed against the virtual blade flash that was formed using spiritual power. The cold sword light instantly crushed the blade light, as easy as stepping on dead grass. What? A surprised gleam appeared in Gu Changsheng's eyes. This gold core. He was a warrior at the peak profound Yin void realm. To resist his blade light, an ordinary warrior in the initial Yin void realm would need to use their full strength. For warriors beneath the Yin void realm, they wouldn't even be able to survive. But this gold core realm warrior not only warded off, but also smashed his blade light in only an instant. Si Chiyu. The sword shadow appeared in front of Gu Changsheng like a sinister viper. Gu Changsheng sneered, and a cyan saber suddenly appeared in his hands. A strong raging fire essence radiated from the saber and then slashed towards Jian Wushuang. Clang! During this violent fight, he had used his full power. What? Gu Changsheng was shocked when he realized that he was being dominated in this fight. He was even forced to retreat several steps by the counterforce of the attack. At the same time, Jian Wushuang quickly brandished his long sword again, as the shadow of his sword turned into a ray of flowing light. Selfless sword technique, idealistic form. Shua! A glaring and flowing light appeared in front of Gu Changsheng, drifting through the air like a whisper. Gu Changsheng didn't dare belittle Jian Wushuang again, continuously swinging his saber in an attempt to strike back. However, it was already too late to force Jian Wushuang back. Bang! With the collision of these terrifying powers, Gu Changsheng grunted and stepped back awkwardly. Killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Shua! A streak of sword light quickly swept forward. It moved at an incredible speed. The move Jian Wushuang displayed just now was the 9th move of the formless sword art. Though his overall strength had not improved too much in the past 2 months, his level of swordsmanship and sword skill still improved, and he had already grasped the 9th move of the formless sword art. Now, the 9th move flew towards Gu Changsheng's throat at an amazing speed. Gu Changsheng's eyes were full of unwillingness. He didn't want to lose like this because he had not displayed his full strength yet, and he hadn't even had a chance to. If he could get one more chance, even if it was a straightforward battle with Jian Wushuang, he would not be afraid. But it was already too late. Plop! Gu Changsheng's body dropped to the ground, while Jian Wushuang looked at his body with ice-cold eyes. You are so cocky, so you didn't take me seriously. Jian Wushuang shook his head with a smile. With Jian Wushuang's true strength, he could just barely fight against someone in the exceptional Yin Void Realm. But Gu Changsheng was at the peak profound Yin Void Realm. Jian Wushuang's strength was just a little bit stronger than his. Jian Wushuang believed that he could suppress him but couldn't kill him in a head-on battle. After all, once a warrior in the Yinyang Void realm chose to void walk, Jian Wushuang would be unable to fight with them. However, Gu Changshen looked down on him from the beginning. He did not use his full strength to resist Jian Wushuang's moves, and Jian Wushuang took advantage of this by using his full strength. In just a few moves, Gu Changshen had been killed by Jian Wushuang before he had time to show his true ability. After killing Gu Changshen, Jian Wushuang bent over and took the Blood Jade armlet. After taking the Blood Jade armlet, Jian Wushuang smiled and muttered, "With this Blood Jade, my armlets should be enough to meet the requirement. Tang Wuji, let's go." Jian Wushuang just turned around and left, with Tang Wuji rushing to follow him. They left the cold body of Gu Changshen lying on the ground, surrounded by a group of shocked bandits. Even the beautiful face of White Lady was full of panic. That was the combination of 3 sword essences: Gale, Raging Fire, and Water Drop. A profound Yin Void Realm warrior was just killed by someone in the profound Gold Core realm. That exceptional genius should be from one of the 12 dynasties who joined the easternmost hunt. After claiming Gu Changshen's Blood Jade armlet, Jian Wushuang believed he had reached the requirement for passing the first stage, so he didn't want to fight with fugitives in the little bit of time that remained. Night time quickly arrived. Tang Wuji. Jian Wushuang looked at Tang Wuji, threw him an interspatial ring, and said, "I've killed many Yin Void warriors these last few days. Everything I got from them is in that ring I just gave you. Boss, what do you want me to do?" Tang Wuji looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. "I have other things to do, so it is not convenient to take you with me. Take this stuff and go back to the Tianzong dynasty. You don't need to worry about the 9 Emperors sect. They just suffered a big loss, so they don't have the energy to try and kill you," Jian Wushuang said. Tang Wuji furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Jian Wushuang seriously. Then he nodded his head heavily and left. Not long after Tang Wuji left, a griffin landed in front of Jian Wushuang, with a black-armored sergeant riding on its back. "Tianzong Dynasty, Jian Wushuang. The 5 days are up and your hunting time has ended. Now, come with me," the black-armored sergeant said in a cold voice. The aura of this sergeant was obviously in the Yin Void realm. Okay. Jian Wushuang got on the griffin's back without any hesitation. Then he rushed toward the center of the easternmost plain together with this black-armored sergeant. Though the easternmost plain was a boundless prairie, there were still some mountains and rivers. At the center of the easternmost plain lay a vast rift called Sky Valley. It was called Sky Valley because it was a place where people could ascend to a new level. The black-armored sergeant led Jian Wushuang to one of the entrances of Sky Valley. "That's the gathering place for Tianzong Dynasty's geniuses. Please go down," the black-armored said. Jian Wushuang nodded and then jumped down. A few geniuses were already waiting at the entrance of the rift, including Su Ro. As Lu Xian showed up at the entrance, all of them looked at him. Third brother. Su Ro immediately went to stand beside Jian Wushuang. "Fourth sister, how many armlets did you collect during the hunt? Are you sure you have enough to pass the first stage?" Jian Wushuang asked. Su Ro shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. I only have a few armlets." Jian Wushuang's complexion changed slightly. He had enough armlets to meet the requirement, but unfortunately he couldn't give his spare armlets to Su Ro. "The ones who have arrived shall wait here. After the geniuses of your Tianzong dynasty have all arrived, I will announce the required armlet quantity," said a purple-robed elder who was coldly standing at the entrance. Obviously, this elder was not from Tianzong dynasty, but from another dynasty. Otherwise, his attitude towards them would not have been so indifferent. But Jian Wushuang and his comrades were not angry. They just waited quietly. Soon after, all those Tianzong dynasty's geniuses of this hunt were gathered here. Chapter 190, 1388 points. Chapter 190, 1388 points. Now that everybody is here, I will announce the requirement for passing the first stage, the purple-robed elder said. Jian Wushuang and his comrades were slightly stunned. 15 people participated in the hunt, but only 13 of them were here now. Yet the purple-robed elder said everybody was here. Jian Wushuang and his comrades immediately realized that the missing 2 might have died during the hunt. I was not in danger during the hunt because my strength is greater than my comrades. In addition, I knew the strength of the bandits, thanks to Tang Wuji's detailed information. But Jian Wushuang sighed with helplessness. Life and death were decreed by fate. For most geniuses, the easternmost hunt was not only a great opportunity, but also a great peril. Opportunity and danger always went hand in hand. Hand over your armlets, the purple-robed elder said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang and other participators immediately took out the armlets they had gained during the 5 days of difficult hunting. We will use points to measure the result of the hunt this time, the purple-robed elder narrated. The armlets are divided into 4 levels. They include black iron, silver, purple gold, and blood jade. Each level has corresponding points. A black iron armlet equals 1 point. A silver armlet equals 10 points. A purple gold armlet equals 100 points. And a blood jade armlet equals 1,000 points. 100 points are needed to pass this stage. Hearing this, many of those 13 geniuses present looked embarrassed. Now, everybody step forward and pass me your armlets, the purple-robed elder continued. Shortly after saying that, a genius, with an agonizing look on his face, stepped forward and passed his armlets to the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder put a cold smile on his face after he counted the armlet. You have 20 armlets, but 18 of them are black iron armlets, and only 2 are silver armlets. 38 points in total, so you are not qualified to participate in the point battle. The gray-robed elder announced it openly, making this genius complexion turn pale. Then another genius stepped forward. You got 84 points, much more than the last one, but unfortunately, you are not eligible to participate in the second stage either. 61 points not qualified. 21 points trash. There were several geniuses who stepped forward in succession, but none qualified for the point battle in the second stage. At this moment, Feng Yutian, who was from the gladiator arena, stepped forward. Feng Yutian was ranked 4th in the updated earthly dragon list in the Tianzong dynasty. 124 points. Finally, there is someone who can participate in the second stage. But with so few points, you will be one of the weakest among the top geniuses in the second stage. You may easily lose your life, the purple-robed elder said. Then he gave the armlets back to Feng Yutian. What the purple-robed elder said made Feng Yutian look bad, but he was not angry. After taking the armlets, he quietly stood aside. The remaining geniuses stepped forward one by one, and the corresponding results came out. Mu Yingying got 136 points. Bailey Qin got 349 points. Yang Zhaixuan got 275 points. Su Rou got 115 points. Except for them, no other disciple surpassed 100 points. Yang Zhaixuan, how did you get 2 purple gold armlets? Bailey Qin looked at Yang Zhaixuan in surprise. Both Mu Yingying and Feng Yutian also stared at Yang Zhaixuan. Both Mu Yingying and Feng Yutian were ranked higher than Yang Zhaixuan. But in the end, Yang Zhaixuan got twice as many points as they did. How could they not be shocked? Yang Zhaixuan looked indifferent. He was just standing there like a stone, not explaining anything. As for Su Rou's points, people thought it was reasonable because Su Rou had pushed Shui Yun back during the selection battle. All the geniuses of Tianzong dynasty who participated in the hunt already knew their points, except for Jian Wushuang. At this point, he stepped forward as well and walked towards the purple-robed elder. Jian Wushuang took out the armlets he gained during the 5 days of hunting. After seeing Jian Wushuang take out over 10 armlets in succession, the purple-robed elder was in shock. Among these 10 or so armlets, the black iron and silver armlets could be neglected, but there were 3 purple gold armlets and 1 blood jade armlet. Blood jade armlet? The purple-robed elder looked at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. Normally the beasts that owned the blood jade armlet had at least reached the peak profound in Void Realm. However, one of these warriors was killed by a genius who was only in the Gold Core realm. This rarely occurred in the 12 dynasties. Normally, such super geniuses only existed in the 2 large empires and few middle-sized empires. But now, unexpectedly, a small empire produced one. In total, 1,388 points. "Well done, young man," the purple-robed elder said while looking at Jian Wushuang. The way he looked at Jian Wushuang was obviously different from the other geniuses. After all, a genius who could get more than 1,000 points in the hunt was at the pinnacle of all 12 dynasties. After hearing Jian Wushuang's points, the other geniuses were all stunned. So many points. His points are more than 1,000 higher than Bailey Qin. How could he kill a beast that owned a blood jade armlet? He's a real monster. The geniuses were all looking at Jian Wushuang, especially those who were not qualified to participate in the second stage. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Unfortunately, even though Jian Wushuang gained so many points, he couldn't share them. "All right, I have recorded everyone's score. The geniuses who are not qualified for the second stage can leave now," the purple-robed elder said. Hearing this, the geniuses who did not have enough points sadly left, one after the other. Among the 13 geniuses who survived, only 6 had enough points and were entitled to attend the second stage. They were Jian Wushuang, Yang Zixuan, Su Rou, Bailey Chen, Mu Yingying, and Feng Yutian. You 6 already did a good job by passing the first stage. Next, I will tell you guys the rules for Stage 2, the purple-robed elder said. The goal in Stage 2 is actually very simple. It's point stealing. The armlets you collected during the hunt, which can represent your points, have been returned to you. Over the next 10 days, you will enter Sky Valley and battle with the warriors from the other dynasties for the armlets. After 10 days, a ranking will be created according to the points you collect. In the end, geniuses who rank in the top 10 will be rewarded by the 12 dynasties. The higher the ranking is, the greater the rewards. Chapter 191, The Rankings. Chapter 191, The Rankings. Jian Wushuang and the other geniuses all looked serious. Rewards from the 12 dynasty. But no one present cared about it. What they really cared about were the old sections. The point battle in Sky Valley was a way to display their strength to the experts of the old sections. The experts from the old sects did not come to the 5-day hunt nor the selection battle in Tianzong Dynasty. But Sky Valley was different. The point battle would attract the interest of the old sections, and how the geniuses performed in Sky Valley would be viewed by the experts of the old sections. The point battle in Sky Valley will begin tomorrow. The battle will last for 10 days, so you guys should stay here tonight and prepare yourselves. No sooner than the words been uttered, the purple-robed elder closed his eyes, without giving Jian Wushuang and other geniuses one more glance. But this night was doomed to be restless for these 6 geniuses. The night was beautiful. A towering palace stood on a hill not far from the Sky Valley. The palace was ablaze with light. The easternmost plain had very few buildings, since it was a plain. Even the bandits could only simply build mountain villages here. However, a palace existed on the hill. Inside the palace People were singing and dancing. Several formidable auras radiated from here. The people who gathered in the palace were the monarchs of the 12 dynasties. The monarch in Tianzong dynasty, Dishi, was there as well. But since Tianzong dynasty was just a small empire, he was sitting at the far corner. Those monarchs were talking and laughing. At this moment, a red-robed woman stepped inside. Monarchs, the geniuses from the 12 dynasties, have reached the Sky Valley entrance. The points they gained in the 5-day hunt have been counted, and this is the list, the red-robed woman respectfully said. Haha, finally. Hurry, give it to us. Hurry up, let me have a look. Having been rushed by the monarchs, the red-robed woman gave every monarch a list. The list did not only contain the points every genius got in the hunt, but also a ranking according to their points. Haha, first place is Meng Wutian, who is from our Angel Empire. I expected that. At the head of the table, there were 2 seats which were obviously bigger than the others. 2 people were sitting in the seats, and both were wearing an emperor robe. One of them was an elder, who seemed to have experienced many of the vicissitudes of life without losing his majestic appearance. The other one was much younger. His behavior was a little bit frivolous, but what he said was extremely arrogant. They were monarchs of the 2 large empires in the 12 dynasties, which were the Cosmos Empire and the Angel Empire. The one who was laughing loudly was the frivolous young man, the monarch of Angel Empire. Hem, Ling Shui, what a disappointing fellow, the experienced elder shouted in a deep voice. First place in the ranking was Meng Wutian, who was from the Angel Empire. Second place was Ling Shuiyu, who was from the Cosmos Empire. Haha. The frivolous man laughed even louder. Don't be complacent. The points are just from the hunt in the first stage. It's just the beginning. We should focus on the upcoming point battle. The experienced elder looked at the frivolous man and said, Meng Wutian is indeed ranked first according to the current points, but the ranking might change after the point battle, the elder continued. Oh, maybe. The frivolous man laughed. His eyes were filled with pride. He knew what the elder said was true, but he did not care, since at this moment the Angel Empire had attracted more attention than the Cosmos Empire did. The other monarchs below were carefully reviewing the list as well. As expected, the geniuses who are ranked close to the top are from large empires. The geniuses in our middle-sized empires already did a good job just by being on the ranking. Look, there is a genius from the Tianzong dynasty ranked in the top 10. What? The monarchs in the palace were all stunned. They immediately looked at Dishi, who was sitting in the corner. By then, Dishi was reviewing the list as well. After seeing Jian Wushuang's name in the top 10, his eyes were glistening. Haha, good job! The young man did a good job! Dishi could not help laughing loudly as he spoke. Seeing the state of Dishi, the monarchs of the other dynasties around him all looked embarrassed, and a few of them were even jealous. Drift Cloud Empire is a middle-sized empire, but we failed to produce a genius who could make it into the top 10 of the rankings. Yet this Tianzong dynasty, which is just a small empire, managed to have one? A few monarchs from the middle-sized empires felt it was a loss of face for them, but they could control themselves. After all, these points were just for the first stage, which didn't mean anything. The coming point battle in Stage 2, which would begin soon, was the real competition for the geniuses of the 12 dynasties. There would be an updated list after the competition. That list would be the most important. By the way, the point battle of Sky Valley will begin tomorrow. At that time, the experts from the old sects will come to have a look, the frivolous man said suddenly. No sooner had the monarchs in the palace heard someone speak about the old sects than they immediately quieted down. Many old sects will come this time. I already knew 6 of them. Among the 6 old sects, one is the Wilderness Sword Sect. The frivolous man smiled and said, Wilderness Sword Sect. One of the 8 sects of Nanyang. How? Could the easternmost hunt this year attract someone from the wilderness sword sect? Everybody in the palace was in shock. There were differences in strength among the old sections. The wilderness sword sect, which was known as one of the 8 sects of Nanyang continent, had a strong heritage that was naturally better than other old sections. Needless to say, the geniuses would have greater opportunities in the wilderness sword sect than in some of the other old sections. The wilderness sword sect? It's a sect that specializes in sword skills. Dishi's eyes lit up and muttered, Jian Wushuang is talented in sword principle. With such talent in sword principle, he might be valued by the experts of the wilderness sword sect. All right, let's end the party. You guys have the rest of the night to meet your geniuses. You can show them the list and give them some instructions. Tomorrow, everything will depend on their own ability, the experienced elder said sonorously. As soon as the elder uttered this, the monarchs in the party fanned out one after another. She had lost no time gliding towards Sky Valley with a list in his hand. Chapter 192, 2 Monsters. Chapter 192, 2 Monsters. At one of the entrances to Sky Valley, the remaining 6 geniuses of the Tianzong dynasty had gathered together. Feng Yutian, congratulations. Brother Feng, you made a breakthrough before entering Sky Valley. You're so lucky. I also envy him. The other 5 people stared at Feng Yutian with smiles on their faces. Feng Yutian suddenly felt like he could make a breakthrough. Now he was currently in the half-step yin-yang realm. After the breakthrough, Feng Yutian's strength immediately soared. The point battle in Sky Valley was done in groups composed of the dynasties. The promotion of Feng Yutian's strength would also enhance the battle strength of their team, so they were naturally happy to see that. "Haha, so lucky," said Feng Yutian while laughing naturally. At this moment, a great figure suddenly appeared. It was Dishi in his imperial robe. "Your Majesty." Jian Wushuang and other 5 geniuses greeted him respectfully. "Greetings to you, monarch." The purple-robed elder, who was waiting beside them, also gave him a light greeting. "I have something to tell these guys. You'd better keep away from us for a while," Dishi said while glancing at the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder nodded and subsequently stepped back tactfully. "You 6 did very well." She looked at Jian Wushuang and his comrades with a solemn expression and continued, "But the point battle in Sky Valley is different from the hunt in the first stage. During the hunt in the first stage, you just battled with fugitives. Although the strength of those fugitives is strong, they aren't a real threat to you. But in the Sky Valley point battle, you are going to compete with the geniuses of the other 11 dynasties. None of them are weaker than you. Instead, many of them are stronger than you. Here is the ranking. You'd better review it carefully." She gave Jian Wushuang the rankings that he attained at the banquet. Jian Wushuang immediately accepted it and opened it. The other 5 moved close to him. The ranking of those geniuses from the 12 dynasties, according to the points they obtained during the 5-day hunt. Jian Wushuang read it at first glance. First place on the rankings is the Meng Wutian of the Angel Empire, with 6,877 points. Second place is the Ling Shuyu of the Cosmos Empire, with 5,900 points. Third place is Gu Yan of the Cosmos Empire, with 1,944 points. Fourth place on the rankings, Angel Empire. Fifth place, Angel Empire. Sixth place, Cosmos Empire. At first glance, the geniuses from the first to 6th place on the ranking were, expectedly, all from the Cosmos Empire and the Angel Empire. It was normal for the 2 big dynasties to occupy the top 6 on the rankings, with each dynasty occupying 3 spots on average. Furthermore, the most important part was that the points they obtained were extremely high. First place, Meng Wutian, got 6,877 points? Unbelievable. Seeing the points, even Jian Wushuang was shocked, let alone Bailey Qin and the others. Among the 6 of them, Jian Wushuang was the best, but he only obtained 1,388 points. For the others, Bailey Qin had the most, with only 349 points. However, Meng Wutian collected 6,877 points in the short 5-day hunt. So what does this show? He should have killed at least 6 fugitives who are at the level of Blood Jade, and also should have killed many fugitives that are at the level of Purple Gold, Jian Wushuang muttered in shock. He did his best and finally killed a Blood Jade warrior. However, Meng Wutian was much stronger. Not just Meng Wutian. It was also true for Ling Xueyu, who was in 2nd place. Their points were much higher than the rest. After all, Guyan, who ranked 3rd, only had 1,944 points. How did these 2 people kill so many Blood Jade killers in just 5 days? Said Jian Wushuang while frowning tightly. Blood Jade fugitives are at least at the peak profound Yin Void realm. In a fierce battle, even Jian Wushuang was not sure he would be able to kill them. After all, they wouldn't be stupid enough to just stand there and wait for Jian Wushuang to kill. Once something happened, the opposite side would immediately flee, and all the Yin Void experts were able to void walk. Once they began void walking, there would be no way to stop them. It was only because of good luck that Jian Wushuang killed that Blood Jade fugitive last time. The opposite side was too conceited, but not all of the Blood Jade fugitives were conceited. Since it was not because of luck, there should be another reason. The reason was Meng Wutian and Ling Xueyu. They were so powerful that the peak profound Yin Void realm experts never had a chance to void walk. They were instantly killed. Right now, even Jian Wushuang didn't have such strength. Frightening. I thought that Jian Wushuang and Shui Yin were the strongest. It is obvious that the exceptional geniuses from 2 large empires are much stronger than them. 6,877 points, my God, how did he do that? Bailey Qin and Feng Yutian stared at the rankings with incredible expressions. Especially Feng Yutian. He had made a big progress just now, so he already had much more confidence in the Sky Valley Point battle. But now he lost some of his confidence. Next to them, Mu Yingying, Yang Zhaixuan, and Su Rou also had grave expressions. Hey, Jian Wushuang, what is your rank? Bailey Qin added. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the list and found his rank. Jian Wushuang, from the Tianzong dynasty, 9th place with 1,388 points. 9th place. Bailey Qin was astonished and then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, You are so powerful. How come you are only ranked 9th? Jian Wushuang smiled briefly, but his heart was filled with astonishment. It really was astonishing. Among the Gold Core Realm warriors in Tianzong dynasty, there was no doubt that he was the strongest. However, the Tianzong dynasty was only a small empire. Undoubtedly, the world outside Tianzong dynasty was vast. It was not only the 12 northwestern dynasties that had countless geniuses. Some of them were not any weaker than him, and some of them were even stronger than him. How do you feel after reading this list? Dishi asked. I am feeling a lot of pressure, Bailey Qin answered directly. After I made my breakthrough to half-step yin yang, my strength had soared. So I expected to rank in the top 10 among the geniuses of 12 dynasties. But in reality, I'm not even the top 20. Bailey Qin noticed that he was ranked 26th on the list. Jian Wushuang, how do you feel? Dishi asked and looked at Jian Wushuang. It is only the ranking for the hunt, which means nothing, Jian Wushuang said seriously. Yes, that's right, She smiled slightly and continued. This ranking is just to show you the strength of the geniuses from the different dynasties. It doesn't have any other use. Chapter 193, The Final Battle Begins. Chapter 193, The Final Battle Begins. She continued and said, Even if you compete for a better ranking in the second stage, it will not matter much. After all, the experts from the old sects don't care about your current strength, only your potential. You just need to show your talent and potential in Sky Valley. It doesn't matter if you enter the top 10 of the ranking. As long as your talent and potential are high, the experts from those old sects will naturally come to you. After hearing this, the eyes of Jian Wushuang and the others brightened. Indeed, they did not have to compete for the top 10 ranks in the point battle. After all, they attached more importance to the old sects rather than the rankings. As long as those old sects paid attention to them and accepted them as disciples, that was enough. Tomorrow, there will be a lot of old sects that come to watch the battle. There will also be a top sect called the Wilderness Sword Sect, said Dishi with a smile. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang. Wilderness Sword Sect? Jian Wushuang asked and raised his eyebrows. He was a warrior that focused on sword principle. He was naturally eager to join a sect that excelled in sword principle. Obviously, the Wilderness Sword Sect was most suitable for him. Jian Wushuang, with your talent, as long as you perform well in the point battle, you will attract the experts from the Wilderness Sword Sect, Dishi said. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded seriously, and a glimmer of desire emerged in his eyes. By the way, there is one more thing, Dishi said as he looked around again. The point battle will be launched among teams of warriors from the same dynasty. The 12 dynasties should have 12 teams, but the 2 large empires have more geniuses participating in the point battle since their overall strength is better. Therefore, they will be separated into 4 teams. Altogether, there should be 14 teams competing in the point battle. You 6 are naturally a team, but since you are a team, you need a leader. The team leader must be chosen by you. I think it should be based on strength. Jian Wushuang's strength is the best among us, so the leader should him, Feng Yuqian said without hesitation. I agree. Bailey Chen raised his brows. I agree too. Mu Yingying nodded. Naturally, Yang Zishuan and Su Rou also agreed. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang touched his nose and gave a faint smile. In that case, it has been determined. She also smiled and said, Jian Wushuang, the next 2 weeks are up to you. I'll warn you again. When you leave tomorrow, you will each be given a token. If you find yourself at your limit, you must immediately crumple the token. This is equivalent to giving up the battle. Someone will come and take you away from Sky Valley. In any case, staying alive is more important. Yes, Jian Wushuang and the others nodded. From here on, you can only rely on yourselves. I wish you all good luck, Dishi said, and then he immediately left. Jian Wushuang and the others looked towards the huge valley in front of them with great enthusiasm. Tomorrow, in that valley, they would finally meet with the geniuses from the other 11 dynasties. In the morning, as dawn was just breaking, as the sun began rising above the vast plains with the first red rays, gusts of battle intent were also rising. At the 12 entrances to Sky Valley, numerous talented geniuses from the 12 dynasties had already begun gearing up. They were waiting to enter the valley and begin their most intense battles. At one of the entrances to Sky Valley, the remaining 6 geniuses of the Tianzong dynasty were waiting together. This is the token representing your identity. Each of you has only one token. After entering Sky Valley, you must always wear this token on a conspicuous place of your body, so that the geniuses of the other dynasties can recognize you, that purple-robed elder said. What? Jian Wushuang and others felt it was quite strange, but did not ask more. Soon after, a huge bell sounded, and the whole Sky Valley suddenly became turbulent. It's time. Enter, the purple-robed elder said and waved. There was a hint of excitement in the 6 people's eyes as they moved directly along the entrance to the dense valley. At the same time, the geniuses of the other dynasties were also entering Sky Valley. The easternmost hunt was held every 10 years, and its climax was the point battle in Sky Valley. Now the game had begun. While the geniuses of the 12 dynasties rushed into Sky Valley, there was something in the air above the highest point in Sky Valley. Rumbled, figures radiating an oppressive atmosphere were standing there. Some of their auras were hot, some were cold, some were violent, and some were easygoing. The monarchs of the 12 dynasties were all here, with guards separating them from the experts. In addition, the most noticeable experts were from the old sections. The experts from the old sects had arrived early this morning. At a glance, there were no fewer than 10 old sects, and the most striking sect was definitely the Wilderness Sword Sect. A total of 3 people came from the Wilderness Sword Sect. The leader of the 3 people was a middle-aged man with bird eyes. He was carrying a long sword and sitting on a suspended seat with a towering aura. His entire body gave off the impression of a sword. This middle-aged man was followed by 2 other people. They were also carrying long swords, and their auras were cold. Both of them had obviously entered the Yang Void Realm. Warriors of Yang Void Realm were naturally the most supreme experts in the Tianzong dynasty. However, in the old sects on the Nanyang continent, there were many warriors in the Yang Void Realm. Mr. Lingtian, I never expected you to come in person this time. Mr. Lingtian, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Haha, Brother Lingtian, I did not realize that the Wilderness Sword Sect was also interested in the easternmost hunt. Many of the surrounding experts and monarchs had greeted the middle-aged man with bird eyes. This middle-aged man, named Mo Lingtian, was a law enforcement elder in the Wilderness Sword Sect. He had an extremely high status in the Wilderness Sword Sect, so it was normal for so many people to attempt to flatter him. However, Mo Lingtian seemed very cold and indifferent to these people. To the people who called out to him, he just casually responded with a word. At the bottom of his heart, Mo Lingtian was full of disdain towards these people, including the 2 monarchs of the large empires. He never cared for them at all. Just a small northwest district that can be neglected in the entire Nanyang continent. What kind of geniuses can be born in such a small place? What was the sect master thinking when he made me come here? Mo Lingtian was very reluctant. He did not want to come here. He was only following the sect master's order. As for the 12 dynasties in the northwest, he looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. The so-called geniuses of the 12 dynasties in the northwest were negligible at best. Coming here was only a pretense. He did not plan to bring any disciples with him to the Wilderness Sword Sect. Chapter 194, Encounter. Chapter 194, Encounter. Haha, here we go. As a monarch spoke, all the experts in the air looked down. They stood high above the area, so they could see the entire valley down below. Inside Sky Valley, the 6-warrior team of Tianzong Dynasty slowly walked forward. We will meet the geniuses from other dynasties. Which dynasty will we run into first? Bailey Chin said with excitement. Even though we are from a small empire, our overall strength is far better than before. We don't need to be afraid of the other dynasties, except the 2 large empires, Jian Wushuang said seriously. Even if we meet the 2 large empires. The 2 large empires are too strong, and half of the top 30 warriors in the ranking belong to them. Moreover, a lot of their warriors met the point requirement in the first stage. They have so many strong warriors that if they take action together, it will be too unfair for the teams from other empires. They will also have problems distributing the points if they act in a large group, so they will definitely divide into smaller groups. A large empire will be divided into 2 teams or more. With our battle strength, we have a chance to win against one of their smaller teams. The 5 people beside Jian Wushuang all nodded to agree with his words. Indeed, the geniuses of Tianzong Dynasty this time were much stronger than those of previous years, which could be seen from the rankings. The 2 large empires possess half of the geniuses who ranked the top 30 in the standings, and the rest places were carved up by the big contingent of middle-sized empires and small empires. In average, even those middle-sized empires got only 1 or 2 geniuses that could be included in the top 30. As for the small empires, none of the other 3 small empires had a genius that ranked in the top 30. While Tianzong Dynasty, 2 geniuses out of 6 were in the top 30, and Jian Wushuang was 9th place in the rankings. On top of that, Feng Yutian's strength had soared since he broke through to the half-step Yin-Yang realm after the hunt, so he should have the strength to be ranked in the top 30 now. In other words, 3 out of the 6 had a battle strength that could rank in the top 30. That was even more powerful than those middle-sized empires. Although our overall battle strength is very good, the geniuses from other dynasties will still treat us like a normal small empire. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, if they dare to look down on us, then we will make them pay dearly for their arrogance. I am already looking forward to our first battle. The 6 geniuses were talking and laughing, dispersing the tension that surrounded them before. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang lifted his head and looked forward. Here comes our first opponent. The other 5 also looked forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures abruptly appeared on the tree branches not far away. Jian Wushuang and the other 5 also halted their steps. With a distance of about 10 meters, the 2 teams faced each other. It's them. The Drift Cloud Empire. It's a middle-sized empire. Jian Wushuang and his teammates stared at the adversaries in front of them. There were 8 of them, 2 more than their 6-warrior team, because the warriors all wore their identity tokens on an easily seen place. There was no problem recognizing them. The 8 geniuses from the Drift Cloud Empire were looking at Jian Wushuang and his team as well. It's the Tianzong Dynasty, one of the 4 small empires. Seems like we are lucky. The first team we met is from a small empire. A small empire? They are sending points to us, aren't they? The 8 geniuses from the Drift Cloud Empire were looking forward with sparkling eyes. There was a wide gap between middle-sized empires and small empires. Generally, the difference between geniuses was also huge. Only one of them is difficult to handle. Jian Wushuang, who ranked 9th, said the indigo-robed man who led the team from the Drift Cloud Empire. He looked over at the 6-man team and eventually fixed his sight on Jian Wushuang. That is Jian Wushuang. The 9th place in the rankings. His ranking is high, but there were too many accidents in the first stage. Even though he has more than me, it doesn't mean that he is stronger than me. The indigo-robed man's eyes were cold. The man's name was Lin Nan, and he was 16th in the rankings. His rank was lower than Jian Wushuang, but he didn't consider himself to be weaker than those who ranked in the top 10. Come on. A cold radiance flickered in the indigo-robed man's eyes. Then his figure darted toward Jian Wushuang and his team like a phantom, followed by the other geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire. The first battle in Sky Valley. There was a hint of excitement in the 6 warriors' eyes. Go get them, Jian Wushuang shouted. In an instant, the 6 warriors pounced forward like eagles. The geniuses from the 2 teams collided. Go to hell! The indigo-robed man, Lin Nan, dashed towards Jian Wushuang first, silently thrusting a jet-black long stick toward him. The stick contained a high comprehension of earth and raging fire essences, which were perfectly combined together. He was also in the half-step Yin-Yang realm, making the power that radiated from the stick seem horrifying. This man's battle strength is more powerful than Bailey Qin. Jian Wushuang frowned and thrust out his triple-kill sword. Clang! The stick shadow clashed with the triple-kill sword, causing the sword to tremble slightly. Then, Jian Wushuang instantly retreated, but Lin Nan followed after him. Boy, go to hell! Lin Nan looked ferocious, using his full power to demonstrate his stick skills. Streaks of stick shadows rushed out in succession, one by one, as if they were stacked together. In this short moment, Lin Nan had thrust out with no less than a dozen stick attacks that used his full power. While Jian Wushuang struggled to ward off the stick with his triple kill sword, he kept retreating backwards and was quickly repulsed by the attacks. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang returned to the giant tree where he was before the fight started, away from Lin Nan. Bailey Qin and the others also appeared beside him, one after another. In the past moment, they all had encounters with their adversaries. How was it? Jian Wushuang looked at the other 5. He just SOSO. The one who fought against me is in the half-step yin-yang realm, but his comprehension is low. I was able to match him without using my full strength just now. I can definitely kill him once I get serious. Bailey Qin smiled and said, although I fought with 2 of them, they both have weak comprehension and they haven't reached half-step yin-yang realm yet. So I'm fairly sure that I can win, Feng Yuqian also said. I can remain undefeated against 2 of them. Yang Zishuan's voice was cold and indifferent. If I fight against one, I can gain the upper hand, said Mu Ying. I can also compete against one of them, said Su Ro with a timid tone. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help smiling. In the short fight just now, the 6 warriors didn't really exert all their strength. It was just a tentative test. After the test, they'd learned about the strengths of the 8 geniuses from the Drift Cloud Empire. Chapter 195, Frontal Defeat. Chapter 195, Frontal Defeat. This is our first battle in Sky Valley. Jian Wushuang looked around at the other 5 warriors and said, we must beat them smoothly and quickly to impress the experts from those old sections. Let's get them. Go and hit them. Haha, kill them. The 6 warriors immediately moved, and in the next moment, the battle between the 2 teams started again. But this time, Jian Wushuang and his team showed their true strength. What? Lin Nan, who was fighting Jian Wushuang, was the first one to shout out in astonishment. Lin Nan had been looking down on Jian Wushuang's strength, thinking that it was not bad for 9th place. But now, after Jian Wushuang demonstrated his true strength, a sword swept out which contained 3 torrential sword essences, Gale, Raging Fire, and Water Drop. When it clashed with Lin Nan's long stick, he was instantly blown backwards. Half-step yin-yang realm, and he's combined 2 essences. His battle strength is only a little bit better than Ouying Haoyin, whom I killed, but he is still much weaker than Shuayin. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as a sword light blazed forward in the next moment. Selfless sword technique, idealistic form. The sword light pierced the air like a flood dragon and appeared in front of Lin Nan in the blink of an eye. Lin Nan swung his long stick, struggling to withstand the coming attack. But the sword light stormed toward him and knocked his long stick back. Then a hint of killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Formless sword art, the 9th move was displayed in an instant. Shua! The sword swept through Lin Nan's throat at an amazing speed. Lin Nan's eyes were wide open as he died. He couldn't imagine how Jian Wushuang, who should be weaker than him, could attack with such amazing battle strength. 3 sword moves. It took Jian Wushuang only 3 sword moves to defeat him this time. The first sword move knocked him backward, the second one blew away the long stick in his hand, and the last one killed him mercilessly. Smoothly and quickly. The situations in the other battlefields around him were also one-sided. Bailey Qin, Feng Yuqian, and Yang Zishuan's strengths completely erupted. Bailey Qin was already 26th in the rankings, but Feng Yuqian and Yang Zishuan had displayed a battle strength that could almost compare with Bailey Qin's. How is this possible? Their battle strength increased? They didn't improve. They just deliberately hid their strength. Oh no! As a sudden cry sounded out, the geniuses from the Drift Cloud Empire looked toward the voice. They happened to see the scene where Lin Nan was killed by Jian Wushuang. These geniuses' faces drastically changed in an instant. Withdraw. Escape now. Is Tianzong Dynasty really a small empire? These geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire were incomparably frightened as they fled in disorder, not daring to stay any longer. But since the battle already started, it was hard to escape. Go to hell. Haha, stay here. Bailey Chen and the other warriors immediately chased after them. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang, who had just killed Lin Nan, started to take action as well. In the end, only 2 of the 8 geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire were lucky enough to escape, while the rest of the 6 geniuses were ruthlessly killed by the 6-warrior team. Jian Wushuang and the others stood in the battlefield, looking at the dead bodies of the geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire around them. Smiles emerged on their faces. This was their first battle in Sky Valley. Their adversary was Drift Cloud Empire, one of the 6 middle-sized empires. Yet, they defeated this team perfectly. Only 2 of the 8 geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire escaped by luck, while the other 6 warriors, including 2 geniuses who were in the half-step Yin-Yang realm, were killed. As for the 2 escaped geniuses, they should have no choice but to crumble their tokens and give up. That was to say, Drift Cloud Empire's geniuses were wiped out because of this battle. Up in the air above the area. Ha! Well down, so well down. She pounded the table and stood up, with a dense glow sparkling in his eyes and a surprised smile on his face. On the contrary, the monarch of Drift Cloud Empire's face turned rather livid, while the monarchs of the other dynasties were also wearing a strange expression. How could a small empire defeat a middle-sized empire face-to-face? Are the geniuses of Drift Cloud Empire really so disappointing? It's not that they are disappointing. It's because those geniuses from the Tianzong dynasty this time are unusually extraordinary. Indeed, we all saw the battle just now. Among the 6 geniuses from Tianzong dynasty, 4 of them have enough battle strength to be placed in the top 30 of the rankings. Not only that, Jian Wushuang is 9th place in the rankings. With a strength like this, it is stupid for those geniuses from other dynasties to still think of them as a team from an ordinary small dynasty. Those monarchs were all sighing. The Sky Valley Point battle had just begun, and Drift Cloud Empire was the first dynasty that was defeated. So to speak, the battle was a disgrace to the Drift Cloud Empire. In contrast, Tianzong dynasty was shining this time. Even the experts from those old sects who were gathered together in the air noticed Jian Wushuang and his team. Bring me the information of those little guys. Attendants immediately gave the information of Jian Wushuang and his team to the experts from the old sections. The attendants who were qualified to appear here were all Yin Void warriors. The experts from the old sects read the information with interest. Tianzong dynasty, although just it is a small empire, has some pretty outstanding geniuses this time. Yes, especially the leading one called Jian Wushuang. He is only in the profound gold core realm, but his strength is already so incredible. In addition, he is very young, under 20 years old. Wow, combining gale, raging fire, and water drop sword essences together at such a young age is very impressive. These experts were laughing and talking, but they still looked calm. Sir, here is the information on the geniuses from the Tianzong dynasty. An attendant submitted the information to Mo Lingtan. Put it here, Mo Lingnan said casually, but didn't even bother to look at it. Mr. Lingtian, the little guy named Jian Wushuang, is quite good, and luckily for him, he is a warrior cultivating sword principle. Aren't you interested in him? Another expert from an old sect asked him. Jian Wushuang. Mo Lingtian looked down at the ground, sneered, and said, combining 3 sword essences, so what? The 3 essences he comprehended are just normal essences. He hasn't even mastered a special essence. The wilderness sword sect won't accept such trash. If any of you are interested in that little guy, you are welcome to take him in as a disciple. Chapter 196, The Cosmos Empire. Chapter 196, The Cosmos Empire. Hearing Mo Lingtian's words, the surrounding warriors frowned slightly, but they did not say anything. As for accepting Jian Wushuang as a disciple, these experts had no such intention for the moment. The old sects had very high standards. Also, the battle in the Sky Valley had just started. In Sky Valley, the battles had just begun. The Drift Cloud Empire was the first to be defeated. With the talented warriors of the major dynasties encountering in the Sky Valley, war broke out. Genius warriors from the various dynasties died one after the other, with some dynasties quickly followed in the footsteps of the Drift Cloud Empire. In a flash, the battle in Sky Valley had lasted for 5 days. In a mountain forest, Jian Wushuang and 5 others stood on a treetop, with serious expressions on their faces. They have encountered 3 teams in total these last 5 days. The first team they encountered was from the Drift Cloud Empire, and they defeated this team easily. The second one they encountered belonged to a small empire whose overall strength was weaker than that of the Drift Cloud Empire, so they naturally defeated this team easily as well. However, the third team, the team they just met, was from the Z Dynasty, one of the 6 middle-sized empires. Although the Z Dynasty was only a middle-sized empire, its overall battle strength was much stronger than that of the Drift Cloud Empire. Among the top 30 warriors in the rankings, 3 of them were from the Z Dynasty, including the one who ranked 7th. His rank was higher than Jian Wushuang's. As soon as they encountered the team from Z Dynasty, a fierce battle immediately broke out. This battle was extremely fierce, and the battle strengths of 2 sides were very close. As a result, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Because neither side could defeat the other or even gain an advantage, the 2 teams decided to retreat and leave. "It has been 5 days," Jian Wushuang looked around and said in a low voice. During the first 5 days of the battle in Sky Valley, due to the large number of teams, it was very easy to encounter teams of warriors from the other 12 dynasties, so the battles were the craziest. However, the weaker teams have almost been defeated during these 5 days. The number of teams left is small, but the teams that can survive in these 5 days all have great battle strength. The 5 people beside Jian Wushuang all nodded in agreement with his words. After 5 days of fierce battle, the weaker teams had all been defeated or knocked out. Only the stronger teams remained, and their team of geniuses from the Tianzong Dynasty was one of those teams. We need to be more cautious in the next few days. The number of teams is small, and chances of meeting with other teams is not as high as the previous 5 days. However, once we run into them, it will be a bloody battle, said Jian Wushuang. In the air above the area, the monarchs were gathered together. Most of them looked a little bit unsightly, and only a few monarchs had smiles on their faces. In these 5 days, many teams from the dynasties had already been eliminated. Now, there were only 7 teams in Sky Valley that were still relatively complete with sufficient battle strength. Among the 7 teams, the 2 large empires had 2 teams respectively, so they had 4 teams in total. One of the other 3 teams came from the Z Dynasty. The Z Dynasty normally ranked at the top among the 6 middle-sized empires. In the previous easternmost hunts, its geniuses always performed well, so no one was surprised that they managed to hold on this long. Another team belonged to the East Hill Empire, which was also a middle-sized empire. As the level of its disciples was relatively high this time, all the monarchs could understand why this team could stick it out till now as well. But the last team, a team from the Tianzong Dynasty. After all, the Tianzong Dynasty was only a small empire. Warriors from a small empire being able to hold on this far made many of the surrounding monarchs embarrassed and unhappy. But Dishi was pretty excited. He was very surprised that the team from his Tianzong Dynasty could persist till today in this easternmost hunt. He could hold his head high in front of other dynasties. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of Jian Wushuang's team. And if any of the experts from the old sects was impressed by one of the 6 members in Jian Wushuang's team, it would be perfect. Look, a monarch suddenly cried out. All monarchs immediately looked down, and then their expressions turned weird. Many monarchs gloated towards Di Shi at this moment. Ho ho, Di Shi, the young guys of your Tianzong dynasty performed really well in the easternmost hunt, but it seems that they will have to stop here, said a monarch next to Di Shi while laughing. Di Shi became serious, and he also looked down. He noticed that a small team was slowly approaching the place where Jian Wushuang's team stood, and the 2 teams would meet in no time. And this small team was one of the Cosmos Empire's teams. In the thick jungle, Jian Wushuang and the others were resting in the treetop when a sudden gust of wind blew through. All 6 members of Jian Wushuang's team immediately raised their heads and saw many figures standing in front of them. Seeing these figures, especially the tokens that they wore to represent their identities, all the 6 members in Jian Wushuang's team turned serious. The Cosmos Empire. Finally, we have encountered a team from a large empire. Luckily, it is only one of the Cosmos Empire's teams. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, while Bailey Qin and the others beside him all stood up. After all, the Cosmos Empire was a large empire, so the level of its geniuses was much higher than that of the middle-sized empires. This Cosmos Empire's team had 7 people, and 4 of them were in the top 30 of the rankings. The most prominent one was a burly figure with a giant axe on his back. This burly man's aura was the strongest among the 7 people from the Cosmos Empire. All the members, including Jian Wushuang, recognized him as soon as they saw this burly man. Gu Yan. He was 3rd on the rankings. He ranked 3rd, only behind those 2 monsters, Meng Wutian and Ling Xueyu. Oh, the Tianzong dynasty. Gu Yan's eyes were cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang and the others. A strange smile rose from his mouth. Such a small empire actually held on to this point. That's not bad. But now, since you have encountered us, you will have to stop here. Their team only has 6 people, so how do you want to divide them? How will we divide them? According to our speed. Whoever is too slow to find an opponent can only blame themselves. All right, Guyan said while lowering his voice. Enough talk, just do it. Chapter 197, A Fierce Fight. Chapter 197, A Fierce Fight. While the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire looked towards Jian Wushuang and his comrades, Jian Wushuang and his comrades were also staring back at them. It's just a small squad from the Cosmos Empire, with 4 geniuses who ranked in the top 30. Among them, Gu Yan is the strongest. But our strength is enough to confront them, said Jian Wushuang, with an icy look in his eyes. I will deal with Gu Yan. Zaishuan, you take one of the remaining 3 who ranked in top 30th. Jian Wushuang looked at Yang Zaishuan and said, Okay. Yang Zaishuan nodded and replied coldly, I can't guarantee that I can defeat him, but I definitely won't be easy to defeat. Suro, you should have no problem dealing with one of them with your strength, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, no problem. Suro nodded slightly and said, I can definitely confine him for a while. All right, Bailey Qin, you shall deal with the remaining one. Jian Wushuang looked at Bailey Qin and continued, Haha, no problem. Bailey Qin laughed and replied, As for the remaining 3 who aren't in the top 30, they will be handled by you 2, Feng Yutian and Mu Yingying. You 2 can do it if you work together, Jian Wushuang continued. No problem, Feng Yutian and Mu Yingying replied confidently. Okay, then it's settled. Let's do it. With a roar, Jian Wushuang immediately rushed forward fiercely, like a flowing light. The people from a small empire actually have the gall to initiate a fight with us. Unbelievable. Haha, then we shall kill them. Jian Wushuang is my prey. You guys deal with the rest, Guyan shouted. Soon after, the warriors from the two squads engaged in a fierce fight. Jian Wushuang led the charge, wasting no time before starting the fight with Gu Yan. Yang Zhaixuan and the others moved toward their enemies as well. Shua! A sword light suddenly appeared, cutting through the air as it flew forward at a fast pace. Jian Wushuang used his full strength with this first move. The second movement of the selfless sword technique, solipsistic form. As soon as he rushed forward, his power radiated out and filled the area. It was a monstrous power that even caused the air to vibrate. By then, Gu Yan was holding the giant axe that had been on his back. He immediately waved the giant axe, causing an overlapping axe shadow to appear. Separate the sky from the earth. Gu Yan roared, and then he violently slashed the giant axe towards Jian Wushuang's sword light. The slash was so powerful that it seemed like it could cut through mountains. Bang! The two forces violently collided together, releasing two terrifying bursts of power. Several blast waves immediately formed and swept over the area. Facing this surge of power, the upper portions of the surrounding trees were shattered. At this point, Jian Wushuang also felt a vast force that he couldn't resist, forcing him to retreat several steps. I already used my full strength with the solipsistic form. Why can't I beat him? Jian Wushuang muttered in surprise. Thunderbolt. Yes, his giant axe contains Thunderbolt essence. He should have comprehended both Thunderbolt and Raging Fire essences simultaneously. The combined essences made his power extremely violent and terrifying, Jian Wushuang muttered. Thunderbolt essence was fierce and violent. Same was Raging Fire essence. With these two essences combined, how could Gu Yan's attack not be violent? He is even stronger than Shui Yin. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Having experienced the first round, Jian Wushuang already had an idea how strong Gu Yan was. Gu Yan combined two essences, one regular essence and one irregular essence, the same as Shui Yin. But the difference was that Shui Yin had only reached the exceptional gold core realm, while Gu Yan was at the half-step yin-yang realm. So Gu Yan was naturally more powerful than Shui Yin in overall strength. Luckily, Jian Wushuang had greatly improved his strength in the past 2 months, so he was not really scared. I'm not his match if I fight with brute strength, so I'll entangle him using speed and flexibility. Having thought of this, Jian Wushuang instantly disappeared like a ghost and landed next to Gu Yan. Then he waved his triple kill swords and quietly slashed towards Gu Yan. Gu Yan flipped his hand and easily parried Jian Wushuang's slash. However, Jian Wushuang gripped his long sword and disappeared again, reappearing on the other side of Gu Yan. Jian Wushuang fiercely waved his sword, releasing a continuous string of wild attacks against Gu Yan. Clang! 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 In a single moment, Jian Wushuang had already attacked 10 times in succession, without giving Gu Yan a chance to breathe. Every slash was extremely tricky, so Gu Yan had to shift his giant axe to ward off the sword shadows. This fellow is flexible. Gu Yan darkened his face. Gu Yan specialized in strength and head-to-head battles. However, Jian Wushuang was fighting him with speed and flexibility. He couldn't do anything about it. In the short fight so far, he did not have an advantage. Instead, he was constantly defending. How could he beat or even kill Jian Wushuang? Gu Yan immediately realized he was unable to overcome Jian Wushuang alone. Thinking of this, he involuntarily looked around. Only one glance was enough to make him even more depressed. The situation of the other fights was also the same. Both Yang Zhaixuan and Bailey Qin were fighting with a genius from the Cosmos Empire who ranked in the top 30, and either one was in a passive position. Su Ro's opponent was a lady who ranked 21st. However, Su Ro's movements were extremely tricky, and her body was soft like cotton. No matter how the lady attacked, she was easily warded off by Su Ro. Every time the lady tried to stop fighting Su Ro and attack the others, Su Ro immediately interfered. Although Su Ro's attack was not formidable, it was strong enough to prevent the lady from supporting her comrades. Feng Yutian and Mu Yingying were in the same situation. They were working together, fighting against 3 warriors from the Cosmos Empire. It was an evenly matched fight as well. Looking at the whole situation, it seemed the geniuses in both empires were well matched. Seeing this, Gu Yan lightly sighed, and then he waved his hand, "Retreat!" Then the other geniuses in the Cosmos Empire retreated without hesitation. Without wasting time, they quickly left together with Gu Yan. Jian Wushuang and his comrades were still standing on the battlefield. Seeing the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire retreat, they all felt relieved. Soon after, they all threw a smile on their faces. They retreated. "We defeated a squad from the Cosmos Empire. Haha, even a squad from the Cosmos Empire couldn't defeat us." Bailey Chen and Feng Yutian were excited. "Don't be careless!" Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "It was just one of the squads from the Cosmos Empire. It should have been the weaker one, so the other one should be stronger." Ling Shuiyu, who is second place in the rankings, is a member of the Cosmos Empire. However, we did not see him just now, so he should be in the other squad. Hearing what Jian Wushuang said, the 5 next to him agreed and nodded. They indeed defeated a squad from the Cosmos Empire, but it was not a big deal. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked at Yang Zixuan in surprise. Su Ro, Bailey Qin, Mu Yingying, and Feng Yutian looked towards Yang Zixuan as well. Looking at the state of Yang Zixuan, everybody had a strange look on their face.